8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Bubba is back. We'll break all that down and talk to him about his trip to the Kennedy Space Center to see SpaceX launch, and it never did. Dadgummit, he thought he could have something. But he did have a great trip with Betty Lou Bussey, and they were able to get away, and I'm sure there's stories from the road on that. We got a text yesterday that he was back on the ground in Birmingham, Alabama, so we'll see him today and get an update from him. The Willamette could spin at any moment. That's there for you. There's a lot happening, plus your calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got one Eddie Van Adler. He's got TV handled. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. It's the Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being with us. And without further ado, let's bring them in. What up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey,
y'all
hey.
Good? Yeah. I'm going to stare thinking.
Well, we were talking about some
I didn't mean to drop all that on y'all
internally.
Right there. Yeah.
And that was a big drop.
Yeah.
So not to get into it on the air, but now we're all rethinking
Just
how we approach life over the next month.
Well, that was my conversation with him, actually. And so, anyway. Tonight, the World Series cranks back up.
Hey, how about you, Game 6?
It doesn't matter. Greg can't stay up till midnight to watch it.
I couldn't even finish the sentence.
So it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm not watching one pitch.
Oh,
I mean, why? I can't finish it.
Mad about
I'll just get up tomorrow and see if they won.
Okay. Well, there it is. Is it refreshing to know that you don't have to worry about it?
I'm going to watch like Andy Griffith or something.
Okay. I love doing that.
Because I'm on about third inning. I'll fall asleep.
Greg, it's about the fifth.
No, about third for me. Depending on how it goes.
Yeah. The bullpen game messed you up the other day. I think you'll have a better experience tonight. It'll go a little quicker.
Crap. I think it was Greenberg I heard talking on a sports talk, whatever he's got. And he's saying how the game of baseball, he said, we used to love the starter. Can he make it? He's going far. He said, we're getting away from that. The drama's not there. We pitch 50 people a game. And
we had a no-hitter the other night, threw 5 and removed a guy.
Yeah, he said, we used to, can he go another inning? And when it gets late, is he,
It's all about they don't.
He said that used to be what the game was about.
Well, and now it is, we don't want our pitcher to face a hitter the third time.
Yeah.
The new era is starters go 4 or 5 innings.
Yeah. They're going to face the guys twice and then they're out.
Yeah. And you got some old school guys that go a little bit deeper, but on average, you're right. I mean, that's
because you can remember the old day when the guy, he's going to go the distance.
Yeah.
Evidently, there's analytics out there that says
analytics are ruining everything.
You better not let them hit a third time. That's where trouble.
Well, I get it.
That's on Trouble Street.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Speaking of Andy Griffith, back to the show of Andy Griffith. I was sitting in the hospital with my dad, and he'll look out. And he'll say, he'll say, son, see if you can find the TV Land or whatever it's called, because they'll get Andy Griffith on, and
you'll get Andy Griffith, you'll get Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah, and I had no idea that he and I watch so much the same things. And so he loves Gunsmoke, and that's on mid-afternoon.
That is, by the way.
And if
I'm
ever
give that
home,
enough.
The great Gunsmoke.
Hey, if I'm ever home, and I will go to Gunsmoke in a heartbeat.
Really?
And so will he.
Didn't know that about you.
So in the hospital room, we had Gunsmoke on, and then he settled on Andy Griffith, and he just kept saying they just don't make things like this anymore, and it just makes you feel so good and wholesome and dadgummit. I wish I kind of lived in Mayberry for a day. You know,
go back in time. Everything be black and white.
Of course, the hospital speaker on the little remote is god awful.
Those are horrible.
So we're all both leaning down trying to hear it.
And you're trying to turn it up. Oh, and you end up calling the nurse.
Right.
Like, crap.
And they go, "What do you want?" And there's other pressing things up and down the hall. They're understaffed, so the last thing you want to do is call them about you can't hear the TV. Good. You're like, really? But we got locked in the other day, and I don't know what it is. I get so sleepy watching Andy Griffith sometimes. I'll just sit there, and it'll just get me relaxed. And we both nodded off. And the nurse comes busting up in the room, scared both of us half to death. We were like, ah! Dad. Of course, Dad can't see, so that really scared him. Because he just heard a loud bang. At least I could see what was going on. So he's depending on me to describe things to him.
It's just a crazy nurse.
Yeah. Dad, it's just Danielle, the nurse.
She's got a weird hair.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you coming back in to poke me and get more blood?
Yeah, I just thought
she didn't. She was good.
Well, just adding this.
Every time they open the door, they need something else from him, blood or something. We're poking you again, Mr. Wilburn.
Yeah.
Hold out your arm.
My father-in-law used to always make the statement that they'll wake you up to give you a sleeping pill in the
Yeah.
hospital.
Oh,
They
yeah,
won't let
that's
you sleep.
good.
They'll
That
come here and
is-
wake you up and give you a sleeping pill.
That is great. He laid down last night around 9 p.m., and it was the first time he had laid down all day, which is a good thing. That's good. And trying to meet his lap quota per day. But if things keep progressing, possibly today, tomorrow, he'll be discharged. So,
Well, that'll be good. Get him home.
but thank y'all for all your prayers. And if you're just joining us, he had a 5-way bypass surgery a week ago, last Tuesday. We were talking about that as a family. You know, how crazy is it that here he is, and 7 days ago, he was
I know.
he was having open heart surgery. It's just crazy.
Time flies.
It does. So, but anyway, when you brought up Andy Griffith and you just go to it tonight,
Yeah. Well, I mean, might as well.
I thought about that because that's his go-to. He'll go to
I
Andy
get in the
Griffith.
truck and come to work in the morning. I'll put it on ESPN. Listen, who won?
Listen to who won. So you're saying you're not even going to tease yourself with the first 3 or 4 innings.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Forget it.
Forget it.
I enjoyed it over the weekend. That was fun.
Is there any chance that the Braves can go to Houston?
Well, there's a chance, but I think it's slim.
I'm not feeling great.
I'm not either.
I mean, they've done what they needed to do to get,
Yeah.
know, they're
They're in a position
They're in
they
a
were
good
in.
position,
Yeah.
but I still don't know if it's enough.
They really need to take Game 6 tonight really bad.
It's hard to count them out, though.
I know.
Yes, true.
We'll take a break. Oh, Peter Brady is.
Yeah, well,
We'll be right back. That's true.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on
20
that
minutes
rubber.
past the hour. Welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Bubba back with us today. He was off yesterday, left a little early Friday. He thought he could have something and go down and watch the SpaceX launch, but it was scrubbed because of weather. And it looks like the 6th, November the 6th, is the first opportunity for it to be rescheduled and launched. So he came on back. Got back yesterday, and so he's back with us today in studio. So the whole staff
No
back
lunch.
together again.
No
No lunch.
no lunch.
Some things out there when it comes to sports. So Derrick Henry has what looks to be foot surgery, and he's done for the season.
Big loss.
That hurt.
Adrian Peterson has been signed by the Titans to help a little bit with the running backs.
How
That's-
old is he now?
I don't know.
Good night.
I don't know. He's something else. For him to come back from the injury he had and do what he's doing, he's something else. But
Yeah, he
boy,
is.
the Titans are in trouble, and they're sitting pretty too right now.
I
And-
heard a stat that
but not-
he's responsible for 55% of their offensive touches.
Hello, friend.
So that's a big loss.
Let's see. Jameis Winston for the Saints. He has torn his ACL.
Horse
and-
collar got him.
Yeah.
So I saw it up there on Sports Center a minute ago. So the horse that's actually what did it.
Yeah, that's
'Cause it did-
that's why they outlawed.
I know,
outlawed.
but it didn't
They
look
made
it
illegal.
didn't look that bad when they were showing it.
Well, his leg, the way his leg went,
when you grab somebody and pull them like that.
yeah,
no.
it didn't look good. ACL
Flag you in a minute.
on his left knee has been torn, and he sustained MCL damage as well, so he's done.
So who's their go-to now? I mean, do you go with the?
I
They
don't
put
know.
that Simons or whatever his name is. They used to play for Denver, and you got.
I got you.
Taysom
I know who you're
Hill,
talking about.
Yeah,
But,
you have
but they
him.
were playing the other guy.
Yeah,
the,
yeah, it seemed
and he
to-
actually played pretty good.
He did. He did.
Of course,
So-
Tom Brady threw a pick for the loss, but
yeah, and in a shocker, did y'all see where Von Miller got traded from
I
the
did.
Broncos to the LA Rams?
Hey, Rams, you got Darnold and Von Miller. The Rams are saying we're going to try to win it this year.
Yeah,
That's-
Well,
that's-
I'll tell you
that's what
we'll
that
do.
move is.
We'll go for it, and we'll go for it now.
Yeah, we're going now.
And we're going now. And there's all kinds of other sports stuff out there, but the guys will join us. We'll kind of break more of it down. There's a Giants fan, I guess, on last night's football game, Monday night football game. There's a Giants fan that was just sitting there, just kind of dead-faced, just watching the Giants on their last drive that was failed or whatever. And it started making social media, and it said, "This is the face of every Giants fan."
Yeah, boy, they're not good.
with their program. But the Giants fan went viral on a deflated expression that sums up their loss to the Chiefs last night with Monday Night Football.
I've never understood why the Giants and the Jets are so bad. Big market
least
teams,
I
tons of money, and we can't get it right.
At least
I
the
don't
Giants
understand.
had
Yeah.
a run at one
Yeah,
point.
there
The
it
Jets,
is
They
right
did.
there.
the
There's
Jets
that
have
look.
never been good.
There's the look right
Joe
there.
Namath took the Jets to the Super Bowl and won it, and they ain't smelled one since. have
Not
they?
one. Not one. Oh, my
That's a
goodness.
good look.
Yeah, isn't it good look? That
At
kind of
least the
sums
Giants
up.
did have, but now lately, you're right.
I mean, goodness.
And I'm like you. How do you? I mean,
how do you mess that? It's like, how do you mess the Yankees and Red Sox up? You can't.
I know.
And how do they mess this up? I don't understand it. I really don't.
I don't either.
By the way, so and we talk about how well Cleveland is doing. Browns over the past
All
couple of
those
years, they've
in-
kind of got it back together.
They're hurting
Do you
right
know
now.
who's-
Bad injuries.
Do you know who's one of their main guys in the front office that does a lot of stuff for them? The Moneyball guy that
The young guy.
the young guy, Peter Brand, is played in the movie, but it's not his real name. It's like DePesta or something like that. Well, he was in baseball for a few years, and now he's been in football for a few years, and he's the big time cog that's making that wheel go. My
Oh,
friend.
really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So he's jumped in. It's just that analytics, economics
Yeah.
background. That's, of course, he didn't like the way that he was portrayed in that movie.
Well,
Said a
nobody
lot of
really,
it
yeah.
was
Yeah.
not realistic.
Oh,
but-
you think?
and you ruined a lot of it for me, Greg. But I just thought it was interesting that he could jump from baseball in that world into the analytics of football and help out.
No way
But,
he told Billy Bean where he would have took him. That was a great
Greg,
for the movie.
It was it's an awesome moment in that movie, and you ruined it for me. Yeah.
Yeah, you run a lot, Greg.
I would have drafted you in the 9th round. You probably went to college.
Played football.
Took your scholarship at Stanford.
I mean, that was awesome for the movie, but it was.
Pack your bags, Pete. I just bought you from Cleveland. I love that. I love that movie.
Anytime
good
it's
movie.
on, I will stop.
Oh, I'll go to Prime in a minute.
What
and watch
What
it.
are your top movies on? And I'm stopping if you're kind of surfing the channel or
Jaws,
okay.
the first one.
All right.
I love it.
I'll
it
stop
was on last night.
I'll
by the
stop
way.
at Gladiator every time it's on.
Every time. Gladiator.
Of course, the
Roadhouse.
greatest movie ever, Twister. That I'll
yeah,
stop
that
with
was
that.
Goodness
huge.
gracious.
I'll
Roadhouse, because it's
Yeah.
on so much.
yes to Roadhouse. I will
That
stop.
dang Brad Wesley. Doing everybody wrong in town.
Hey, just right there across the water.
There he is.
He had him a little something, didn't
He did.
he? You don't cross him.
No.
Yeah, take care of you.
You can't.
So you like those? Those are standard
Smoking
shows.
the Bandit.
See, I go more of A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
Moneyball is one of those for
Moneyball
me.
is
Yeah.
one of them.
For the Love of the Game was on the other night. I
I'll
stopped.
For
watch
Love of the
that.
Game is one
A
that
little
I'll
too
stop.
chicky at times, but
Right.
Yeah, Greg, I never even really once thought about that until you just.
There you go
it's
again, Greg.
in my mind now. I know the love story's too long, and I didn't pick up on it until you said
Let me
something
say
about
this: they needed to dial the love story back about.
it. Of course,
50,
she passed away.
Yeah, I know she did. About
Terrible.
15%.
Yeah.
Less love.
Less.
Add
oh,
that
wait
to
a
more
minute.
baseball.
Wait, you're saying 15% less love?
Yeah, a little more baseball.
You know
The baseball parts are awesome.
Yeah.
You know it.
They are. They are
15%
awesome.
Less love.
Yeah.
You know the
I
girl.
get it.
You know the girl that played Preston's daughter in that, the young
Yeah,
girl.
Yeah.
She plays one of the main characters. Have you ever seen Goliath on? Is it Amazon
I
Prime?
saw it
Maybe
listed,
original.
But I didn't know what it was.
But in the 4th season, she plays a huge role in that, like one of the main characters.
grown
And
up
so
now.
she's continued to have success, even when she, because you never know about those kid stars.
Yeah.
They
How that's
turn
gonna pan
weird
out.
a lot.
I think she's done a lot of things.
They may end up in rehab some point. A lot of them.
All right. What is the silliest movie that you actually like? That you're like, okay, I'm watching this, but the guys would be raising on me. Like, if you kind of come across it and you're like, why
That's
do
a
I
good
like
question.
this movie?
Hang on. I got one. I'm trying to think. Dang it. That I would kind of be embarrassed.
Yeah. You're like, wow. So I'm watching this. The guys would
I
think
got to
I'm-
think on it. Dang it.
Is it got to be a silly movie?
Well,
or
or
just a movie you
just
would think I
one.
wouldn't watch?
Yeah.
I've got a couple of those.
What you got?
Well, the and y'all have already made fun of this at one point, but the Lincoln movie I love, and I watch that a ton, and that's y'all have made fun of that before.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good actors in that movie.
Crap. I don't know.
Do you know what? By the way, one that I'm not ashamed of, but the one that is
Pretty
on
in Pink?
yeah, there you go.
Pretty in Pink. I watch that every time it's on.
Do you know? I don't think I have
There it
ever seen
is.
that. I don't think I've
There it
ever
is.
seen that movie.
Listen, it comes
Like
from
if you're
those
in the room by
19
yourself, you're watching it.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
the 1980s movies, 16 Candles,
Yeah.
Pretty in Pink,
Uh-huh.
all those.
All that.
I like all those. Some Kind of Wonderful. I like them all.
Sleepless in Seattle for
I've never
Helmsy.
seen that one.
I saw that once. I
That
think
whole
in
80s
college, and I
bunch.
hadn't
Yeah.
seen it since.
Do you want to know what's on a lot? And I'll stop and watch his Tombstone. It'll be on a ton.
Yeah, it's a
I'll
good
stop
movie.
in a second
It's a
and
good
watch
movie.
that.
Yeah, but you're all over Gladiator and Braveheart. Oh my goodness,
Oh, Braveheart's on
You
all the
kidding me?
time.
Love that movie.
What's
Maybe
the,
my favorite movie.
What's the other movie with Mel Gibson in it?
Patriot.
Now that's a sad. That gets
a good one.
There's some sad moments
It
in that
depends
one.
on when I come across the movie what part it's in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's the sad part, I'll keep going.
I will too. Hey, that's a rough ride.
yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right. So how are y'all on like? I know y'all like Dumb and Dumber. How are y'all like on Anchorman and stuff?
I love Anchorman.
You
Are
do?
you kidding me? That is awesome. Ron Burgundy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
join us right after top of the hour. So we've seen Bubba. He's in the house today, and
I thought he just stepped off a ship.
I know.
Rocket ship.
We won't spoil it for all of you, but if you're a tuber, you're going to enjoy what Bubba has on today,
Yes,
and you can tell where he's been. So let's just leave it at that. 866 We Be Big, the number if you want to join in. So we got a couple of things that Greg doesn't care about. Game 6 of the World Series tonight.
I do care about it, but I know I'm not even going to pretend like I'm going to stay up and watch it.
He's not going to be teased. He's not going to be teased. And
because everything can change.
It can. It can change.
The Braves may be about 10 when I go to bed and I wake up and they lose.
Right.
Well, and I have the same. I will not know until tomorrow who wins.
No,
I
no,
never.
no.
I mean, it doesn't matter how good the game is or where it's even at. When it gets to 9:30 or 10, I'm done.
I will tell you, when the Braves were playing like the Dodgers and stuff, and they were starting at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome.
That's what I love.
Yes.
Give us that. Please
it.
give us that. And I get, the prime time advertising ratings and all that. I understand
blah,
why.
blah,
But
blah.
man, come on, give us something. I always think about the Eastern time zone people. If you think it's bad for us.
I know. Good
I
night.
mean,
It's
first
terrible.
pitch for them's in the 8 o'clock hour tonight.
I know.
But anyway, so that's what they're with you. This would happen to me. Listen to what happened to a woman in Atlanta. A woman in Atlanta, not going to the Braves game, but did go to the emergency room, sat there, waiting and waiting and waiting, never received treatment and left, and then got a bill for $700.
No. I'd be up there, somebody be in a bind.
She says that she was
You'd be up there
billed.
thumping desk over it.
Exactly. They'd have to get security in there.
Yeah. She was billed for the trip to the emergency room, even though she never saw anyone, didn't receive any treatment. Her name is Taylor Davis, and she talked about being charged $700 for sitting there for 7 hours and getting no treatment.
I'd have whooped some.
When you type in your social, that's it. Seeing that they're able to bill you for random things, honestly, it doesn't make me want to go when I get injured, and that's not good.
So she basically said, I signed in, gave them my social and stuff, and so she was charged, but never treated.
I want to know why she was there, though. What was wrong with her?
What was wrong with her?
Obviously, it wasn't fatal.
Right. Let's see here.
7 hours.
It was a head injury. She said that she went to the Emory Decatur Hospital ER in July for a apparent head injury. She sat in the waiting room for hours, but no one ended up seeing her. She decided to leave 7 hours later, and she's like, "I've got to go." So a couple of weeks after that, she went to the mailbox, and there was a bill for $700. Didn't get any, as she said in her audio there. No vitals. Nobody called her name. She wasn't seen by a physician. She just she signed in. She signed in and sat down.
Surely they'll clean it up. I mean, you would think so.
Surely they will.
Says it.
What did you charge me for, though? If you didn't do anything, don't you have to have a list of things that I had done while I was there and then charge me accordingly?
It may just be a minor or major mistake.
It says that she called them, and the hospital said it's hospital protocol. Even though you're sitting there and you're not seen, when you type in your social, you're in their system, and you're going to be charged regardless. She said that she was told it was an emergency room visit fee or facility fee, as it's called in some cases.
So that sounds like they're telling her too bad, so sad.
It's often added to a person's total hospital bill, so it might not be noticeable for those that just have insurance. And
so I'm going to pay you $700 just for walking in and filling out the paperwork.
And sitting there for a few hours.
Yeah. She says she will rethink the next time she has to go to the ER and make sure it's worth it when she steps foot in there.
Well, I like to feel that way anyway because it's so miserable to go. It must be an emergency.
Last time you've been in the emergency room for you, and what was the reasoning?
Emergency room?
Yeah, you actually had to go to the emergency.
Not a
for
family
you, not a family member. For you.
I don't know if I've ever been. I don't think I have. Now,
you don't think you've ever been to the emergency room, like ever in your life?
Not for me. Now, I cut my face one time at work, and they didn't take me to the emergency room. They just took me to a doctor.
Okay.
Does that count?
No, I want emergency
And
room.
when I got run over by my truck that time, they took me just to the doctor, but I didn't go to the emergency room.
All right. So doc in the box emergency doesn't count, right?
Yeah, that's. I have never been to a hospital emergency room. Now I'm just mojoing myself in my entire.
Well,
life.
you're talking about what's happened up to this point. So I don't think that's a mojo. You're just
up
talking
to
about
this point. I have not
right.
ever went in and go, hey, we got to go to the emergency room.
I think I was.
You know, what? Say my dad would tape us up when we were kids.
Yeah.
Now my sister went a few times, but Rick and I were taped up instead of taking to the emergency room. I saw him tape Rick's toe back on one time.
Right.
It's pretty awesome.
I had a chainsaw incident at my parents' house where it came back on
that.
it came back on me, and I really got lucky.
I remember.
And
that.
I didn't go to the emergency room. I just went to a doc in the box because they were just going to sew me up.
Yeah.
And I got a bunch of stitches, so I didn't go to the emergency room for that. Now I did go to the emergency room one time. I was laying on the couch, and we were talking about this the other day because JC barely remembers it. He dropped a toy on my head.
Oh, yeah, hit you in the head.
And it hit me in the forehead. I was laying on the couch. Thought I'd been shot by a gun. I thought somebody had broke in and shot me.
His ability to deliver the blow.
And he hung a toy. I think he said it was a fire truck. I can't remember what it was, but it was a pretty heavy little toy, and it fell and hit me in the forehead and just cut my forehead open. And so I drove myself to the emergency room to get stitches.
Okay, so that was your last time.
Yeah.
What about you?
Appendicitis.
Oh yeah. I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
That was
What about that day you left here with you?
that was gallbladder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was emergency room too, wasn't it?
It was. Sure was, Greg.
Every time you go, you lose something inside.
I know. The appendicitis was a weird deal because it was one of those things that had been, I didn't know what it was, but over a couple of days, I knew I didn't feel right. I didn't have any appetite. And then there was some pain that was starting to happen in I guess in the GI tract area down there. And so like, what in the world is this going on? It's burning. And then I remember it about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Amanda was actually working. And I called her and I said, hey, look, I don't know what's going on, but I got to do, like, I can't. We had kids. I said, look, I can't. I'm no good to them right now. I'm curled up on the couch, and I can't move.
They might as well be here by themselves.
How about when you can't straighten out?
You're going to have to you have to leave work and come home. And so when she got home, she realized, okay, well, so we need to take you to the emergency room. And I think her parents or one of them came over and with the kids, and then I went, and then next thing I know, they're like, you're lucky this thing hadn't burst.
Oh yeah, you got to go.
And,
you can't.
and so they took it out.
You
So it was
don't want
one
it
of
to
those.
burst.
It was one of those, and between 2 hours, it was like, wow, so lots happened here.
Right.
Like, so I'm in emergency
How about-
room.
how about
and
when
I'm
you're
then
curled up?
pre-op, and then all of a sudden I'm in surgery.
I've never experienced that, but we've all had stomach viruses and stuff, but nothing like that. So I don't know what that feels like. But how about when you can't straighten out
Oh yeah.
and you're curled up and you're like, no, can't straighten out. Sorry, ain't happening. Not right now until this subsides. But that goodness gracious.
And then the
you lucky.
gallbladder thing, I've talked about this before, but so I had an
remember that
attack,
day.
and Jeff Hammond was actually
Yeah,
out
we
here.
were doing that tool.
Yes, NASCAR
challenge.
Jeff Hammond was out
Yeah.
here, and
Yeah.
we were doing that tool challenge. And I told Greg,
Irwin
because he was
tools.
one of the only ones, because we were going back and forth outside participating, and I told him, I said, hey, listen, something's going on with me. I just got to go back and lay down. So I went in there in the
I
conference
thought you were
room
just scared of that.
and,
I
laid
thought it was
down.
like Dean and Company coming. He was scared of
Yeah,
it.
he ran
off.
out.
And,
Where's Helmsy?
and so when I explained to everybody what was going on, I'm not making this up, because I remember looking at Bubba and I said, hey, heads up, Amanda's on her way to get me and taking me to the emergency room. I'm having some kind of attack. And
I thought he was faking.
I didn't know.
too. I was like, brilliant.
And look, I don't know what a heart attack feels like, okay?
Well, you went hard.
Fortunately,
but here's the
we
thing.
don't.
I didn't know what it felt like, so that was the only thing. My appendix is gone, so I know it's
You
not
knew it wasn't
that.
that.
Right.
And so I'm like, what is this? What is this?
Could it be low T?
And
Could have been.
and so I remember Bubba looking at me and going, hey, don't tell Amanda to come get you. We're gonna get an ambulance to come right up here in the window. Like we'll pull the ambulance. Like this is anything for the show. And I was like, Bubba, I can't do that. I can't wait on an
I
ambulance. Like
remember
I've
you
got to
getting in the
go.
car out there all there.
Golly, it was rough.
Yeah, and he said,
Why won't anybody help me? Somebody help me.
And you're uncomfortable.
Help me get to the car.
This was not like the appendix where they just got it going, and
Oh yeah, it
I
takes
had
a
to
little
go
bit for them to figure out what
figure it
is.
out. Hey, do
were
we
you a
need
doctor
actually
now?
need
I
to do
am.
this
I
or?
actually got a little medical
So we
experience.
had all kinds of tests. I'm laid up in the hospital, and then they're finally like, "Okay, we'll take it out. That's going to be best in this situation." So,
Yeah,
Wow.
Okay, and then you were better.
yeah, that's my only two really big time
Well, there we go.
experiences.
I've never, up to this point, I've
yeah.
never.
As a
been
kid, I had to go. I messed up my knee in basketball and had to go course, they told me that I had just hyperextended it, and it wasn't no big deal. And turns out my kneecap was on the other side of my knee.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
when
I
gracious.
had to come to Birmingham for them to actually diagnose the correct thing.
Yeah, you said, why
Yeah.
are you walking backwards?
Thank you, Lee Mack. He actually looked at it and said, hey, you got an issue. You know why your knee's hurting? Your kneecap's on the other side.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Do you remember when we had a box of
I do.
box of awesome come to the studio, and we
Like
all
a bunch of kids.
We all jumped in it like it was Christmas morning.
We grab something, go ooh, and then we grab something. Look at this. Hey, I want that.
Yeah, that Passy was in there, and you went, oh, you started tearing it up. You remember that?
Do your Patsy impression again. Look.
He's pretty good at that.
It's almost like a squirrel or a chipmunk.
I know it.
Well, you were tearing it up. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. You're like, Greg, that's not for you. I love it. But anyway, you take a simple online quiz, and Box of Awesome starts coming to your door based on the answers that you give them and what your interests are. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free and super easy to sign up, and you can even skip a month or cancel without any hassle. Each box costs only $45, but it has $70 worth of gear inside, so nothing to lose there. At rickandbubba.com, you can find a link, or you can go to boxofawesome.com. In both cases, you want to make sure you use promo code Bubba to unlock 20% off your first box. That's boxofawesome.com, code Bubba for 20% off your first box. You can go to rickandbubba.com, look under sponsors, and go that route if you'd like.
Because I like opening boxes, any box we get. So this is right up my alley. All kidding aside, the day we had the box of awesome, we weren't like a bunch of little kids and they're digging through it, fighting over it. Mm-hmm. It was like, you know what it was? A box of awesome.
How did they know you like pacifiers?
I don't know. And you must have told them.
Well,
Now you've got me thinking. And so
really?
Yeah, so now
well,
I'm going
it's
through.
it's a very. I mean, it's a touching, very
is.
serious.
It's almost morbid to talk about.
It
is morbid to talk about. I want to just bring
not this
up
box,
the question.
not box of awesome.
No.
It's just something
that's
else.
good. I am participating.
Hands in your pocket, standing up.
You said something in the break. I think it's a valid question, but it's also a morbid question. And now you've got me wondering what's in my phone.
You brought up something when it came to clearing out our offices for this big move that we're having at the end of the year, and how there's certain sentimental things in the office that were given to us by people that we've lost, that have gone on into glory and are in heaven waiting on us.
We got to clear our office out.
And that brought up a conversation, and in my contacts, I have people that mean a lot to me, and that their contacts are still in my phone, but they've passed away, and I can't delete their contacts.
That is the question.
And even though I know I can't call them, not here on Earth, but it was a situation off air we were talking about, and it was very serious, and it's like, what do you do? I mean, is that okay that I don't? They're just in my contacts. I'll never delete them.
There's nothing wrong with that at all.
All right, I'm finding two things with going through my contacts now, because you've now intrigued me to go, okay,
now,
who is in my
I don't like anymore?
Who is in my contact list that has passed away? I don't even know if that's a thing in my phone. Here's what I've realized right out the gate: that I need to clean up my contacts. Number one, I don't know half the people that are on here. I don't know how these even got entered into my phone. And multiple, like, I don't want to call the guy's name out. I don't know this guy, and he's listed in my phone 3 times.
Wow.
See,
So he could have passed away. I don't know. But I have not run across, I'm through the C's at this point, A, B, C, and I have not run across anyone who has passed away at this point.
I have a number. I have probably 4 to 5.
Like, why is Tracy Causey in my phone 3 times?
3.
Why is that? Why is that a thing?
He had new numbers? I don't know. Check his numbers. Do you have him like one time?
He has same number.
A lot of times when you a new phone, when you transfer stuff over, it does that.
But what are you working for? Apple now?
It does. It does.
See, I don't need that.
Anyway, that discussion, because I there's a couple of things I can't do. I can't throw away things that somebody gave me. That's
a tough one too.
That's really hard.
Whether they're alive or dead
I feel like a terrible person.
Moot point. I feel like I need to hold on to those things.
But
that's a lot of the battle we're going on in our offices too.
Yeah. Our flagship market is going to stay the same, but we're moving locations from this studio to another one across town at the end of the year, which means that we're going to have to start purging here at the office before the move.
Got a lot of stuff.
And we're coming across things that that some folks gave us that or have either passed away or sentimental value,
Yeah,
you know, and so that's how this discussion came
We
up.
need a truck just for bobbleheads.
We do. We do.
They're everywhere.
But Big Boy is a big part of
What
our
are we
life.
gonna do with him?
You know what
How
I
do you
want.
transport him?
You know what I wanted. Well, we put him in a truck and he goes.
No, he's huge.
Huh? Well, we roll him out to the truck.
I say let's put him.
You know what I
want to
do?
Leave him here.
I want to put him in the back of one of our trucks and take him to the studio, and
you
make
ain't
a
gonna
big
get him in the building.
a big ceremony.
How you gonna get him in the building?
Well,
You won't fit through the door.
I think we got to take some windows down. I think we just put him in that.
I say we roll him out here and just leave him here, and somebody will adopt him.
I'll say this:
No.
if we take
Big
him,
Boy's been in storage. He wants to come out.
if we take him, we're gonna have to touch him up.
Well,
He's got
yeah,
some
yeah.
I'll get
Yeah.
some paint, touch him up.
Well,
got some battle scars.
well, it's a little bit more than that. He's missing parts of his skin.
What
but,
of that big Santa hat he used to wear?
Well, that's in the back.
Is it?
I'm through the D. Still haven't found anybody's deceased.
Okay.
Wow. So, but anyway, I think there's an area in the building that we can put him in. That way, we're not worried about rolling
So
him in
we're
and
gonna
out.
take a part of the wall down to get him in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think why
That's a little much.
Well, no, the window that's going to be behind the desk, that's got to be
They're gonna
redone
say,
anyway.
The people who own this are gonna go. We ain't doing that because we run you off. Then we got to get him out.
Yeah.
In the meeting, they said it was okay.
They said a lot in the meeting. You ever been in the kind of meeting where they're
But
trying
I'm
to
just
recruit
saying-
you over?
I'm just saying, you
They-
were over
they
there
give you
telling jokes
everything.
about somebody. You didn't hear it, Greg.
I didn't hear it.
You were over there holding court.
Oh yeah, y'all. Yeah, bring Big Boy.
Bring Big
Yeah,
Boy.
bring him on in here. That's
How about the
fine.
drums?
Then you talk to
How
the
about the drums? Are
And
they
then you
gonna
talk
be
to
in
the
the
engineer. And they're like, "Huh?" I will tell
know.
you this: all of the cubicle, everything is out and it's gutted. And Young Scruggs says that there's a lot of room. That
I've
it
changed
really
my-
opens everything up.
I can't remember what we even decided on what it was going to be.
But that's
so
okay. You
I
just
don't-
don't worry
How tall
about
are
it.
the
I'll tell you. I'm
ceilings?
gonna tell you where your office is,
Okay.
and you just take everything.
How's
in there.
is this going to be the same counter as that we have now?
No, we're using the same furniture, but it's going to be redone to where it's.
Yeah, because
It's like a half moon kinda.
a better angle
Yeah.
for TV, which makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
How tall are the ceilings over there? I forget.
They're 9 feet.
Are they?
No, I don't know.
I mean, are
Watch
they-
out for this one today. So anyway, my
Just trying to think what we
original
need to do with
original
that
question
extra
is
space we have.
is that how long do you wait to delete a contact of someone that's deceased, or do you just
I
keep
say
them?
you keep them.
I
I
can't
just
delete them.
it's someone, and I
Can't
don't
do
know.
it.
I don't know if this is
I
a
say
male
you
or
keep it.
female, but they said just deleted mom's profile. It was
Aw.
hard. It's okay, Speedy. So in other words, they're saying it's okay to do that. But that I'm gonna tell you, that's tough. That would
right
be
there.
a tough
Good
one there,
gracious.
friends.
Wow.
I'm through the H's. Still
Now, I
haven't
am
found
going to
any.
delete people that I no longer like.
Yeah. Well, that's a different discussion.
I don't understand why. I don't
People that
know
have crossed
half
Greg.
of these people.
People who have got on my nerves, you're out.
Which you only have a couple. I mean, does
Yeah.
family still make it?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
two family.
All right. A couple of big stories that we're going to talk about right out of the gate. Bill Bubba Bussey coming back from SpaceX. The
Captain's log.
the launch that was scrubbed, and it looks like it's been moved to Saturday. Also, Biden appears to fall asleep during the climate speech. Now, listening
Well,
to
I
the,
don't blame him. I'd have fell asleep,
listening
too.
to that speech, I don't blame him, but he is the leader of the free world,
Yeah,
and
he got
probably
up there
shouldn't
showing
be
off.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be falling asleep. Something about him
guys.
falling asleep with a mask on too.
Elderly people fall asleep and stuff like that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
How about it? It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour, has started. We're thankful that you are here. We start this hour with our national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're ready to go. Willow Meat still in play. A brand new week has started. That baby hadn't spun yet. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All of Team Rick and Bubba on the field today because we will be welcoming back our missing Bubba today. So he back in the mix. And we got the whole team on the field. I be Rick, in case you're new to the show, don't know who's who. So thank you for being with us today. Speaking of the return of Bubba, you might know him better as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Or for our Spanish-speaking friends, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, another night of this rock and roll. World's greatest garage man, Mr. Lucky.
How about it?
The one and only Fat Chance CD. There she's gone. Bubba, welcome back, Cap.
Glad to be back, sir. And
welcome
thank
back,
you
El
guys
Capitan.
for giving me a day to try to experience a SpaceX launch that was scrubbed, and I understand it's been pushed back again. And so it's on Saturday. So I don't know.
Hey.
Anybody want to load up and go?
I tried to tell Bubba, I mean, you can't even have a space launch.
Nothing.
When did you try to have something?
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, that's not the first time I've been down there with a scrub. So it happens many times. But we got to go over to
thank God you got the mask on there. That looks very dangerous out there.
Yeah. We did get to go over to the Kennedy Space Flight Center Visitor Center, which is, it's changed a lot since I was there last time. Yeah. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about that. But,
sure.
Hey, traveling out there, that's sweet.
Isn't traveling fun? We said on the show yesterday, and you were living it, and you and I just talked about it in your office. I'm now to the point, I think, commercial airlines, they're trying to see how miserable they can make you, and you'll still keep doing it.
It's almost like it's become a dare now.
Yeah, I think
it's like can you how miserable can you be made to be and go? I still have to get on these planes. I
And
still
pay
have
a lot of money to do it.
Yeah.
it's tough.
By the way, don't ever let it hit you. It's not free.
No, it's
tough.
not. It ain't even close to
They
free.
ha- they
How about
have
that?
the
It's so far from free.
Let me say something. They have the attitude like they're trying to make a wish. Make a wish foundation. And I'm just like, no. I'm just trying to get somewhere. Y'all provide a service we pay for. It's just not very good.
Yeah.
It's unreliable. And then you got these stupid mandates that's going to make you have even fewer people, which makes us look dumb as a rock.
They must have cut back on flights because every flight we were on was slam full. I mean, there wasn't one seat available on the plane.
No, sure. Because you would think if there's only a few out there. Oh, because I've had people try to say I need to go somewhere, and then they start trying to find a way to get there, and like, well, not a lot of options.
Well, you know, in the old days, if you needed to change flights, you could change flights. You usually had an open seat next to you, you know, but that's over. And then, you know, the whole thing was security, and I'm glad we have security, but I mean, it takes me 10 minutes to get put back together after I get through there.
That's funny.
I mean, you got to take your belt off, your shoes off. Hey, putting your shoes on quick is not an easy task anymore.
I know. I know.
Or your belt.
I know that you
can't see it.
Yeah, I know that you had already been through this going to D.C., so it's what new to you. But how about that flying with that mask on?
Well, yeah, that because I had got used to not having the mask again because of where we live.
Yeah,
and it's just, to have it on for that amount of time, and you're having to run through the airport, you know, and pulling things, and I mean,
swinging chains.
You're out of breath, you know.
Did you eat peanuts the whole flight so you could keep it off?
Well, let me tell you, I think they're on to us about that because they said on the airline, they said replace your mask in between bites or sips.
You're making that.
No, I'm not. Betty and I just laugh.
Guys, are we living in some kind of?
See, I got real good at doing this, Rick. Watch. I'm sure what I do.
Nice. Taking a sip.
You just hold it. That's good. I like that.
Like a bottle.
Long flight.
Like you're a baby,
Hey,
like a bottle.
By the way, has it hit y'all yet that Mrs. Sherry Burgess flew to Africa and back with all this mask?
Oh, good night alive.
She claims that trip, because of all that, has made her sick. She hadn't felt good since she had to do it. Just talking about this, she said this process of having that mask on the whole time and not. She said, I really think it's messed me up.
The trip directly on Southwest to Orlando is not bad. It's an hour and a half. It didn't seem that long. The mask and oh my gosh, all that stuff. So, you know, at one point we were, and I'll tell you when we get into it, was looking at driving back, just trying to drive back. But then you got, hey, we got a rental car or rental truck in this situation. And
bravo for finding one.
And then you got, well, let me tell you, Orlando has rental cars. Let me tell you, they have a parking deck with nothing but rental cars in it. I've never seen so many rental cars in my life. Of course, you got to get in the right one. I'll tell you about that.
Sure. So we got lots to cover, don't we? All right, so we'll cover Bubba's trip to the Kennedy Space Center. But
Little note: if the car that you've rented, if it's not that car, but they tell you to go get in that spot, don't do it. Just don't do it.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. By the way, while you were away, Biden continues to look worse and worse, just so you know. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Big election today in Virginia. For those of you that listen to the show, watch the show there in Virginia today, a biggie. Do you want to continue under the tyrannical reign of Terry McAuliffe? Or today, will you make a change with a vote for Glenn? Is it Youngkin? How you say that? It's a biggie today. Now, I do think that that Terry McAuliffe may not. You talk about when somebody says, "I'm not sure you have your finger on the pulse of your state." Adler videos 4A and B, because with this election today, if you want to win an election, you probably want to get some idea of what the majority of the people really want.
Well, Rick,
yeah.
Unless you have the agenda you're working on. McAuliffe is an old retread. I mean, he was one of the Clinton guys.
I love when you use the word retread.
Yeah, and he's been the governor and was out. I think he had, 2 terms and went out, or a term and went out. Now he's going back again.
Yeah.
But, Rick, I think one of the craziest things, this is a state where we had the boy dressed as a girl that, committed rape in a bathroom.
Yeah.
And, they've tried to play that down. Even President Obama went in there and said, oh, they're just trying to, rally. And, but it really happened. It really happened. Right. And he's been charged. It was totally ridiculous, totally mishandled.
Yeah.
And he made that bonehead statement about parents don't need to be telling teachers what to teach.
Yes.
That was probably one of the stupidest comments I've ever heard.
Now, was he the governor that did the whole thing that got all the people moving on abortion when he talked about the baby? Or was that
no? He was in, he's out, and he's trying to go back again.
I see. Okay.
Right. That was what was his name?
Yeah, I can't remember his name. But anyway, I knew it came out of the same state.
Right.
But anyway, so here's Terry McAuliffe. Now, listen, keep in mind, he wants to be elected by the people of Virginia today, and he was way up about 2-1, and then the last check was, the guy running against him has closed the gap, and it's a push today now. Some even thinking that the conservative in their polling now seems to be ahead, but you really never know. But anyway, listen to this. Let's say you're in Virginia, you listen to this show, you like most things about it, and here's what the guy who is using this for a reason for you to vote for him. Okay, see if this sounds backward to you. Listen.
He doesn't believe the nurse working in a cancer ward should be required to be vaccinated. I happen to believe it. He doesn't believe, he says, day one, all masks come off and all vaccine requirements of teachers goes away. That will not happen with Governor Terry McAuliffe. Let me tell you this. We got to protect our students.
All right, so this guy says, if my opponent wins, you don't have to wear a mask anymore, and goodbye vaccine mandates.
Well,
I tell you one thing, you vote for me, the mask and mandates stay.
Rick,
thank you for that heads up. All
right. It's so funny because the belief in what's right and wrong is so polar opposite here. And I noticed this on the vacation. I'm sitting in the lobby of the hotel. Yeah. You walk in, I can immediately tell if you're Democrat or Republican.
100%.
By if you're wearing a mask or not.
Correct.
And there's no crossover in it. It's just absolutely black and white.
When, of all people, Bill Maher yesterday from this weekend says the mask, and he had a word that, we're so goofy, I didn't know what it meant, but then he explained what it meant. He goes, the masks now are like these people that wear a good luck charm to ward off evil spirits. I mean, it's just it just makes you feel it doesn't do what you're, and plus most people don't even wear them right anyway. Right. But they'll wear them. Like I saw one person walking around with the chin strap format, talking with people, interacting with people, but he just had to have it on. It was like his good luck charm. It's like he was wearing a rabbit's foot that made him feel better. Mm-hmm. But he didn't even have everything covered he needs to cover if he thinks it's even doing the job that really we're learning, unless you have an N95, it's not really even doing. And it's just a good luck charm. It just makes you feel better. Mm-hmm. It's all just a game that everybody's playing. All right, then Terry McAuliffe says on one of his final campaign events that there's too many white teachers in Virginia, and he just continues to crank out the hits. Here we go.
And I promise you, we've got to diversify our teacher base here in Virginia. 50% of the students in Virginia schools, K-12, 50% are students of color, and yet 80% of the teachers are white. We all know what we have to do in a school to make everybody feel comfortable in school. So let's diversify. So here's what I'm going to do. We'll be the first state in America. If you'll teach for 5 years here in Virginia in a high-demand area, let it be geographic or coursework, we will pay room, board, and tuition at any college, any university, any HBCU here in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Yeah, they're saying that his rallies here toward the end, they've had some that people were saying had about 40 people. Some they said less than that. So I don't know.
Isn't it crazy how we've gone from being raised to where you don't see color? You go off,
now it's all
off someone's character and who they are, and now the first thing you're supposed to see is color.
Yeah, we got a quota everything.
Do you even remember? I remember growing up and going to school, and I had black teachers and I had white teachers. Okay, I don't recall the color of their skin having any indication to me whether I had a good teacher or not.
No, not at all.
It didn't have anything to do.
As a matter of fact, I didn't even really think about it.
I never did either. Of course, now you will, by golly.
No,
you better.
How about this? I didn't. I had good teachers and I had bad teachers.
Yeah.
It
wasn't based on.
I never looked around. Now, keep in mind, I went to a government school in Alabama, and even in the 70s and the 80s, I never once thought, "Ooh, black teacher." No, white teacher.
Yeah.
Here comes a black teacher. Here comes a white teacher. And you would think, growing up in Alabama, that we would have been obsessed with color, with all the embarrassing things that we had during the civil rights movement. We didn't. It was never even.
Wasn't that way.
I'm not saying that in the world that all racial issues had been resolved.
No.
But I didn't sit in a classroom as a little white boy and even care or even notice whether my teacher was black or white. It's just whether the teacher was any good or not.
Yeah. Hard, are they hard or easy?
Here's what I here's what I
she's
did.
real hard or he's real easy.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
And hey, she can paddle, she can't.
Yeah.
but let's go back to this again. So this is that, and Bubba, we've mentioned on this show so many times, but I think it has to be mentioned again, especially for people that are growing up in all this fake world. You mean to tell me that if we just go for the best of the best, we won't end up with diversity? Has anybody ever thought about what kind of statement that is? We have to make there be diversity, because if we just tell people that are qualified, let's hire them, that won't result in diversity. Of course it will. You know, now it may be that you look at the number of people who are out there applying, that might be different. You may look at the number of people that want to go into a particular field. It may not be 50-50 like you want it to be, because you know what else is diverse? People's desires on what they want to do for a living.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, it may be that, hey, there's just not a lot of people of color applying for this job.
Unless someone is being denied
right.
to apply, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, or you may go over and say there's just not a lot of white people applying for this job, so it appears that we have more people. Diversity is, we're really obsessing over ethnicity, and it's I kind of thought that's what we were trying to get away from. Yeah. If you want true equality, you know, one time we were told the whole goal was to be colorblind. Now we're told to be colorblind is racist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's something else.
Well, it doesn't. Wow. It doesn't advance a political agenda,
right?
And it is now intertwined, and you just there's no purity to the cause anymore, and you see this in this governor's race. I mean, it is just a race baiting election.
It is.
Everything about it.
So today, Terry McAuliffe, Virginia, he says if you vote for him, let me tell you one thing: masks are going to stay on, and mandates are going to remain. You go over and vote for my opponent, then the masks are going, so are the mandates. And you know what? If I tell you what I'm going to do, elect me, I'm going to get rid of all these white teachers. We got too many white teachers. Now my opponent doesn't care.
Terry McAuliffe wins, white teachers out, mask in, mandates in.
Correct.
Okay. That's his big push.
By the way, he's conveniently forgetting, if you want to play this ethnicity game and do stereotypes, in general, from just my own interaction, I don't see if you go say, I'm grabbing teachers of colors, a lot of ethnicity when it comes to vaccines, the black community is not fired up about a bunch of white folks putting a pharmaceutical in them. So
no, they're not.
Your mandate and more black teachers may run into each other, may see a little collide there.
Well, that's the problem, because you're just trying to buy votes.
Right.
You're not showing leadership. You don't have a plan. It's just about getting in power. So we're in power. All right. Yeah. Look at me.
Virginia, it looks like today you got a pretty easy choice.
Yeah.
I hope you make it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. And as we talk about all the time on the program, one thing you could do right now to help your overall health is to get a good night's sleep. And sometimes if you're on an old mattress or tossing and turning, and maybe you need a mattress that is customized for you the way that you prefer to sleep, well, then you need to go to helixsleep.com/Bubba and do exactly what the real Greg Burgess, little baby brother, and his wife did, he and Lisa, and they sleep soundly every night right there on a helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress that was customized for them. How long did that take to get the information?
Oh, minutes.
Minutes. So
easy. It's so easy.
Put in the information they're looking for. They want to know what's the firmness you like on the mattress. They also want to know, are you sleeping on your back, your stomach, your side, combination of any of these? helixsleep.com/Bubba. You'll save $200 using that URL, and then we'll send it directly to your home. You have 100 nights to try it to be sure that you love it. And as we know, Greg and his wife love that. You get a 10-year warranty, too. Don't miss that. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba right now and get a truly amazing sleep. You'll also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, you're back.
Rick, I'm back. Glad to be here.
And I miss your NASA jacket because you looked awesome in it, but it's so warm.
Yeah, it's a little warm for in here now.
Even though this is, by Alabama standards, a cool day. Now, I know some of you laugh that live in true winter places. But anyway, for us, it's kind of a cool day, but not cool enough for that the whole show, I guess.
No, it may come and go a little bit. I'm gonna have to air out here for a moment. But Rick, this was funny because I couldn't remember the last time that I had been to the Kennedy Space Flight Center in Florida, and I was looking. It was 2006, 15 years ago.
Oh boy! I need to ask you a question about that. There you are.
Right there it is.
Who is that guy right there?
Look at that. I don't know, but he needs to tell Spider-Man what to do. All right,
look at that.
Jay Jameson. Let me
a
ask.
little warmer there.
Let me ask you this.
Isn't that funny? In front of the Challenger. I mean, not Challenger, but in front of the space shuttle.
And pardon my ignorance. I've come a long way, but pardon my ignorance. I'm just trying to learn.
Right.
So if you're a space guy and you wanna hit the biggies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So where does Kennedy Flight Center? Is it a?
Oh, it's
a must.
Yeah, it's
coup de grace.
Yeah, it's classification point A. That's where we launch from.
Okay. Yeah. So what about let me see if I got the list right. I'm a space guy. Here I go.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to go to Huntsville.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
I got to go to Houston.
Houston's on the list.
Yeah, and I got to go to Kennedy, which is Orlando, right?
Stennis probably too.
Really? What's that?
They test the engines in Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah. So Kennedy is a must.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
where's
absolute.
it ranked?
Oh, it's number one.
That's number one.
Yeah.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's where the rockets fire, man. That's where it all happens. Now, Rick, I want to tell you the whole trip, okay, and then we'll get back to the Kennedy Space Flight Center Visitors Center, which is really cool and really upgraded. I want to thank, to begin with, Director Jody Singer of the Marshall Space Flight Center.
Hey, Jody.
And she runs Marshall, and Amanda Dobbs, who is in charge, I think they call it external relations. We used to call it public relations.
Sure. Is that what
for inviting me down?
It's not called public relations anymore?
I think it's called external relations.
How about that?
Public relations?
Public's offensive.
Is that just
racist?
I
don't know.
There's got to be something to it. Why they change it?
Well, you know.
Well, it may be
always
section.
change it.
Internal, external.
No, I got what it is. They found out there was a tribe of Indians called the Publics.
That's what it is.
Oh, got it.
What it is.
Got it.
But you know, I was
This
looking.
is where he tries to be serious, y'all.
Dr. Singer, and the director at Marshall,
Doc Singer,
oversees 6,000 employees. Whoa! NASA and contractors, and a yearly budget of about $3 billion. So,
All right,
she's got a few things going on.
Pardon me, and now I'm getting confused. Marshall
In Huntsville. That's Huntsville.
All right, Marshall's Huntsville.
Right.
Kennedy's where you were.
Yes,
Houston is what?
That is what is Houston?
Mission Control.
Yeah, but it's called the Johnson Space Flight Center.
There you go. I knew.
Threw me off.
You almost let a lot of people down.
Well, I'm learning. I'm trying to learn.
But
So you got
Rick,
Johnson,
You know, Blue
Maxwell,
Orbits is
Kennedy.
called the same thing.
we
Greg.
saw the Blue Orbit building down at Kennedy. They also
Is it Origin or
Origin.
I mean, what are
Origin.
y'all?
Blue Origin.
I was called Orbit. Whatever.
Bubba
You knew-
repeated it.
You knew the one I was talking
Don't give
about.
Bubba bad information.
Well, it's trying to deliver anything during this segment.
Can you?
Yeah, I know.
Can
We
you-
need to be seated and silent.
Yeah.
Traveling is still such a blessing, Rick.
Don't even.
It is amazing what we've accomplished in traveling. I mean, the fact that you can say, have breakfast in on the space coast of Florida and be back here for lunch. I mean, it's wonderful.
amazing.
But wow, the hassles in between. And Rick, I'm not a big rent-a-car guy, and there's this particular trip calls for you to be a rental car person.
It does.
So Titusville's about 40 miles away. And so we get into Orlando, and I had signed up for preferred customer,
Absolutely.
whatever, with a major rental car company whose name will remain nameless at this point.
I'm gonna guess we're not gonna get through that though. I
Well,
think that name's gonna rise.
I agree.
So, you think, hey, rent a car, and you give them information on the website, and hey, you got your, your number, your preferred customer number. Okay, good. So we get there, and in Orlando, they have literally a parking deck full of rental cars. I've never seen so many in my life.
Oh, yeah.
So we go to our thing, and my name is on the board and a parking spot.
I bet that felt good.
And I'm like, hey.
That was very
Does
reassuring.
it say
Hey,
the face or what?
It says William Bussey.
Here's your jacket.
Report over to H13. I
So
said,
that
okay.
felt real good, didn't it?
Well, I didn't know if I'm just supposed to go get in the car because I don't do rental cars a lot. So I go. They have the little window there, and I go over and I said, "Ma'am, new to this. Excuse the me asking dumb questions. My name is on the board. What do I do?" She says, "Go to the car. Keys are in it. Take off." Okay, great.
Well, that felt real good.
So I had the app, and I knew I was supposed to have an SUV, and it was supposed to be a big Ford Escalade or something.
Here we go.
Escalade. What's the big one?
That's a
No, not Escalade. What's
Expedition.
The big, Expedition, something like that. Expedition.
Trust me, don't
like
get
we're
the
in a
Ford. Don't
progressive
get the
commercial.
Ford and Chevy people started. They ripped me
So-
and you in the other day.
So we go, but when I get to my spot, it's not a big SUV; it's a smaller car.
I knew this was going to happen.
And the lady's there, and I said, "Is this mine?" She said, "Yeah, H whatever." Okay, good. So we hop in and we start to go
So
out.
you don't even care that it's not what you want it to be.
No, I didn't
You just
care. I
want
was
a car.
ready to go.
Yeah, that gets you beat down.
So-
You'll take
so-
any car at this point.
You get to like where you go out of their rental car area, and they've got a gate and they've got spikes. I mean, they're serious about
Yeah,
it.
they
You're
are.
not gonna get out of there.
Oh, they got to scan everything.
And the guy says, "This ain't your car. You're in the wrong car." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry. I'm new to this. But I just went. My name was on the board. I went to the parking spot. They said, no, you got to go back. I said, go back.
You can't even have it.
So,
But it's sitting in the
now,
spot.
are you still
I have
nice?
to
Are you still
go.
nice, Bubba? At this point, or are you getting a little?
No, he's frustrated already.
Yeah.
Is this similar to when Chick-fil-A closed early on you?
Yeah.
Is it getting to that
Well,
point yet?
Yeah.
it was
That was
similar to
bad.
the one time that I had the vehicle that where I went to get the tag for it, and the lady gives
Oh,
me
no.
the tag, and then the nice state trooper keeps telling me that ain't the tag for that vehicle. And I said, but I can't jump over the counter and get that. I have to take what she gives
I put
me.
on the tag she gave me.
Yeah.
And so I go back around. Well, you go back to where they're getting cars back. Now, Rick, they're
Oh,
three lanes wide receiving cars.
Sure.
Okay.
I've been
Move
in
up,
that-
move up,
I've
move
been
up.
in that line.
So then I said, well, look, I'm going to stay in this car. You go to the window, Bet, and you see what the deal is. And I'm still in the car, so we can leave our stuff in it, So she starts motioning, so I have to go over there. Well, I go back to the very same
I'd like to know where the
lady.
car is now.
I'm in the front of one of the lines of the return. And Rick, it's
Yeah, I
12
know.
cars
People
deep.
can't believe. Why's he getting out?
You realize
What's he doing?
you realize how many things go on in Orlando?
Oh,
But
I
go
know.
ahead.
So I go to
Lot
the
of folks
window
coming
and
in.
I said, they wouldn't let me out. They said, you don't have a contract or something. She goes, well, who told you to go get in that car? I said, you did. I came to this window 5 minutes ago. You said, if my name's on the board, go get in the car. She said, this is your first time to rent with us. We got to have a contract. I said, well, why didn't you ask me if it was first time to rent? I mean, I don't know your
I thought
rules.
you even told her when you got up there. I'm
said,
new.
I'm
Yeah,
new
I'm
to
new. So, whatever. So we have to get out of that car, then go to the car I was supposed to have.
All right, stop.
And do all our paperwork.
Stop. Why isn't the car that you were supposed to have not sitting in the right spot?
Yes.
I don't know.
And why did they let you do the paperwork online before you got there?
Well, I did a bunch of paperwork online. She said, yeah, we got to get your credit card and all this stuff. I showed her the app. I said, you got my credit card. Look, it has the last 4 numbers of it. It's already in there.
Oh, you're mad now.
Boy, now you're mad.
Well, I'm just saying, I will follow the rules if you'll just tell me the rules to follow, not just,
Are you having to do all this with a mask on?
I think I'd lost the mask.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Ripped it off.
Because I wanted them to hear me very clearly.
Yeah. So now I'm wondering why this other car was sitting in your spot.
I know. And how come they don't have the app linked to what they're looking at?
So
what good is the app?
If you're an Avis preferred customer,
there it is. I knew it. I told you it was coming. I knew it. I told you it was going to rise.
Be sure the first time you rent to fill out your paperwork.
Right there. I mean, you got to do it there, right?
Right there. Do it.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nine minutes to the top. So there you go. You got the Rick and Bubba show today, and Bubba is back, so we don't have that gap today. Recapping his trip to the Kennedy Space Center to an attempt to see SpaceX send a crew up to the space station. That was scrubbed because of weather, and now we'll see.
It was a little windy.
Scheduled to go this Saturday. We'll see.
Well, they were supposed to go in the morning at like 1 a.m., and that got bumped back because of a astronaut with some kind of problem. So they said a minor medical situation, which I don't know what that
better
means.
known as COVID.
I don't know.
By the way, since you've been gone, I told you this, and we had this with the press secretary. Since you've been gone, a new word has entered the ongoing craziness and fake world of COVID. And the new word is double vaccinated. Just want you to know we got that while you were gone.
Double vaccinated.
What
does that mean?
You're no longer fully vaccinated if you've had Moderna or Pfizer or both shots. You're double vaccinated, which that's their way of saying if you want to be fully vaccinated, try our new booster.
Oh, yeah.
Try our new booster.
Yeah. Or just say.
But I mean, and I love how they'll just drop that phrase in. We caught it yesterday going, double vaccinated. What is that?
Yeah. It's a new one.
They'll just drop it in and they'll see how we handle it.
Yeah.
Let's see how they handle the word double vaccinated.
Yeah. See if they notice.
So, Rick, on Sunday, I guess it was, we knew the launch was already scrubbed. So, or is it Saturday? Saturday, yeah. Saturday.
You found out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let the air right out of that bubble.
Yeah. So we were going to go out to the Kennedy Space Flight Center Visitor Complex. That is part. It's like part museum, part theme park, and they have really, really changed that for the positive since I was there last time. I mean, it was bare bones minimum, and now it is really, really nice. And I would advise anybody that's in that area to go see that because it's really fun. And I didn't even – we were there about a half a day, and, of course, I was give out, and I didn't even see everything. I'd like to go back.
Do you think that finally the dream that you had may be coming true?
It's getting closer. Yeah, when I saw this, I thought, hey.
And don't you think
we're one horseshoe stadium away from having the presentation. Here I am standing next to one of the F1 engines that powered the Apollo rocket. You can see the size of that. Hey, when they light that baby up, she burns.
Are you kidding around with the mask on outside right now?
No, in the park you have to have it on all time.
Outside walking around.
Yes.
Not even. I mean, you couldn't just take a picture with it off.
Well, I did on some of them, but
it doesn't look like there's anyone anywhere near you.
I know.
Well,
I just
Rick, what if he infects the rocket?
Like on that particular one, I probably forgot to take it off.
Yeah, gotcha.
But what I'm saying, do you think that now the private entrepreneurs are now making NASA also make adjustments, saying we got to market better?
I think times are changing, and I think NASA is changing with it, and I think it's positive.
That's good.
The people I've talked to, I think you're getting a feeling, and a lot of that, Rick, I think had to do with we went through a 10-year period. We were basically doing nothing. And now we're launching rockets again. I mean, they're launching like every week down there something. Yeah. They had a satellite going up to study asteroids last week, the Lucy, they called it. And so anyway, the visitor complex is really cool. I think you ought to go see it if you have any interest in science or space. It's a lot of fun. And they also give you bus tours of the Kennedy Space Flight Center, which we were on another tour with the folks from Marshall. But anybody can go up and get that tour. I mean, it's really, they give you a lot of access to the space program. And, Rick, they've got a really good attitude. When Director Singer was addressing our bus, she said, look, we work for you. You're the ones that paid for this. Go look at it. Enjoy it. See what we're doing with it. And I think that's a great way to approach all this.
Yeah, and Elon Musk, when you get on his bus, he say, you didn't pay for any of this, I
did. Elon is changing the game on this, and
by the way,
it's a positive. And even the NASA people, I think some people think that it's you're pitting the private sector against the public or NASA against it. No, the NASA people want to fly rockets. Right. They want to explore. They want to push the envelope. If it is a NASA project, it's great. If it is a private sector project, it's great. They don't care. They just want to launch rockets.
That's right. And by the way, we did do the story yesterday when Elon Musk said, "All right, if y'all want $6 billion, show me how." I'm gonna give it to you, but you got to show me how it's gonna solve world hunger.
How about he said I can solve if world hunger? We can do away with it for $6 billion. I got it.
Yeah.
I'll sell the stock. I'll fund it, but you're gonna have to show me how you spend it.
By the way, that needs to be our new thing.
And-
if you had if these rich people, then we can solve world. Okay, show me how to do it. We'll give it.
Now, Rick, the picture that Adler had up is the Vehicle Assembly Building. It has 4 bays in it. It's one of the largest buildings in the world.
The VAB.
It is 53 stories tall. Each one of those doors on the right is a bay, and there's doors on the other side. And this is the building they built the Apollo rocket in, the space shuttle. You saw them rolling out. And now the Space Launch System, the new NASA rocket, is inside right now, and they're getting ready to launch it early next year. And the very first time it's going around the moon. I mean, we're getting back to deep space exploration. I love it. It'll be without astronauts on it. They'll do a test mission, and then by the 3rd mission, they're going to try to land on the moon again with the Artemis mission. So we're gonna have it's exciting times if you're a rocket person because we're turning it up now.
Now you couldn't go see that, right? You could look in there.
No, they wouldn't let us in there. It's a classified area.
Watch it.
But it's I mean, there's been published pictures of them putting it together in there. Now I would have if the bus would have stopped for a minute, I might have tried to talk my way in.
That's what I was going to ask.
You know, but I didn't get a chance.
So they probably knew that would happen, so they kept rolling. Yeah.
But it was a great tour and fun day. Other than not seeing the launch, it was a great trip.
I got to know how you handled that emotionally and mentally.
It was fine. You know, Betty was there, so we had
how
a
did
great
Betty
time.
handle? Hey, we're not going to see the rocket launch. So
Well,
now you're going to go to museums.
You know,
with me.
Betty, who is not normally a science space person, did a great job. She faked it as best she could.
Well, there you go.
And we took a lot of pictures. But then on Sunday,
Did she get a jacket?
we tried to get a flight back. We looked at options. I mean, we really lamented over how to do this, and finally said, "Look, just stay with what we got." And we went down to Port Canaveral, where all of the cruise ships come in and out, and got to have a nice meal down there at a restaurant that had been highly recommended to us, and just had a great day. The weather was great. It was a little windy, but it was a fun trip. And we went down to Cocoa Beach and looked around. So we just had a good day.
Did you? Did the restaurant live up to the hype?
Oh yeah, it was real good.
I love a good restaurant.
Fish Lips, I think is the name of it.
Come again?
Wow.
Fish Lips.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, we tried several restaurants that were recommended. They were all good.
Denny's.
So really, you adjusted to no launch. Boom. Let's have a weekend here. Let me see things I want to see anyway.
Yeah, it was a fun trip for me and Betty. We just had a good time.
You didn't let it bog down like. Hey,
No. I mean, it would have been the icing on top of the cake to see the launch, but we tried. We did all we could do.
Did you have the Little League emotion that I said? Cue my game got rained out. Little League emotion.
Yeah, and then when we come back, I want to tell you about coming home.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it was fine.
Yeah, top of the hour. Bubba's trip to Kennedy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here, including the return after not being with us yesterday of one Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be back. Thank all of you. And Rick, coming home, I'll say this about Florida. They've got some really long, straight roads. Yeah. And it sure makes driving easy.
Not a lot of mountains.
That turnpike's nice.
Not a lot of mountains there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you get up 30 foot, you can see forever.
Not a lot of hills. A lot of alligators.
Yeah. We saw a few of those on the sides, and but we came back. The toll roads. I just want to kind of finish up with worries that we had going. The toll roads on the rental car, they have a thing glued to the windshield, and you just pull the card down. It kind of flips out. You don't even touch the brakes going through those.
They've come a long way when you threw the coins in that big bin.
Yeah.
They still have that if you pull off to the side, but the main lanes, you just let her rip.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let her rip.
Let
Look
her
at
rip.
that.
So Rick, I was a little antsy about returning the rental car at the airport because I hadn't done that in that airport. Yeah. And I don't even know if I'm in the right one. Yeah. And I don't know what the deal is.
Lot of
the good news is you're a preferred customer.
Yeah. Surprisingly, if the signs are there, you just follow it right in. We went right back in, got out. Yeah. Of course, I'd been there before. And and returning it was very easy. Yeah. And then as I was sitting in the airport, the app buzzed me and said, "Hey, are you ready to return your car?" And I said, "Yeah, I am." Actually, as a matter of fact, about 30 minutes ago.
I'm beyond ready.
So that it worked. It worked strangely smooth, and our flight was on time. Little antsy about that because I know American Airline had a bunch of cancellations, and some of that had spun into Southwest, but nothing like they had a couple of weeks ago.
Oh yeah,
so,
they had a big.
Speedy brought that up. He asked me during the show. He said, "What airline is Bubba on?" I said, "I think Southwest." He goes, "Oh, good." Because Americans got problems.
Yeah, they had big time.
Of course, anytime you fly on American, they're gonna have problems.
Yeah. So coming back was fairly smooth. And
it's my coffee mug.
I thought somebody opened the screen door.
I'm sorry. I was turning around so I could grab the handle.
I thought Joe Biden met with the Pope.
That's good. That's right, you can leave if you want.
Nah, too early in the week.
Too much left.
So anyway, great trip. Wish we'd seen the launch. Maybe next time.
Doggone it, Bubba.
Doggone it.
Maybe next time.
Willie Ralph was
can't
there.
even have
I know.
Yeah. But thanks to the folks at Marshall that included us, and we had a good time.
Well, you know what happened when
got a new jacket.
Greg, as soon as that launch was scrubbed, Woody said, "I'm catching the next plane back." I ain't staying.
But I can't believe, I knew it had been a while. I thought it was like 10 years. It has been 15 years since I was at the Kennedy Space Flight Center.
Oh, they built all kinds of stuff.
Now, has Betty been with you for the successful launches you've seen, or was this her first?
Man. First time?
You can't even show Betty a launch.
Well, we tried.
You talked about how cool they were.
We had a shuttle that gets scrubbed a few times. So got scrubbed once when we were getting ready to leave. Once when we were on the way there. I mean, it's a lot
of scrubs.
Yeah. Well, space flight, it's still dangerous. Right. A lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When you wear that jacket, do you feel like an astronaut? Do you kind of
no, I'm not. I mean,
you were walking tall in here earlier.
I like it. It's warm.
That's obviously from the gift shop because I've never seen a really big astronaut.
Right. It is from the gift
Greg.
shop. No, they got
as nice as you could have said that.
They got a really nice gift shop.
Right.
I bet it's a nice.
Yeah.
They're
proud of it. They're probably proud of it. Too.
You know what I want from it? Yeah. Cap. I want a cap.
What do you want on it?
Just some NASA something. Okay. I bet they got a bunch of different choices.
I'd like to have one of those good old like navy blue.
I want to like when they put
NASA on it.
Yeah, when they get off, they let them out.
Now, do you want what they call the meatball, which is the blue logo, or the worm logo, which is just the letters?
I want the worm.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Meatball right there on that side?
I want meatball.
That's the meatball.
Yeah, I like the meatball.
Yeah, I like meatball.
I like that.
Hey, you need to stop.
You do like meatballs.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this.
Kids have got.
Would you prefer when you have that jacket on? If you let's say it's like really really cold and you have it on, and you come by my office. Would you prefer to me every time you have it on? Godspeed, Bubba.
That's good.
Well, it wouldn't bother me.
Rick, I want the cap that Jim Lovell has on on Apollo 13 when they get him out of the.
Yeah, that's the one.
What does it say on it?
I don't remember.
I think that's the.
See, there's the worm and the meatball, right?
Boy, I tell you, I like
those are the two. Those are the two official
worm all the way.
I'd like the worm into the meatball.
I think I'm going worm.
See, I'm a meatball guy.
It's a little more subtle.
Yeah, I like
Y'all
all
expect
that.
me just to sit here silent during all this?
Good
Yeah, I mean,
The meatball logo is very
anything else y'all
popular.
want to throw
though.
out?
Oh, NASA gear. So you can go get NASA gear.
Yeah, sure you can.
I'm there now.
Yeah, but it ain't right unless
But,
you
like,
buy it on
Rick, do you-
site.
do you remember when you were at the hospital?
Whatever.
I want to go back to the
It's not real.
Kennedy Space Flight Center visitors complex and see everything I didn't get to see.
Do you remember when you went to the hospital and you
And
had?
see, they had Atlantis in there, just like it came off the runway from its last flight. You know, and had it.
Oh, we should have come in.
It was really cool.
I'm confused why you didn't go back and see
Hams,
the rest
let me
of
ask you
it.
this.
Did you get too tired?
Well, yeah, and we had the bus tour coming up that afternoon.
Oh, okay.
So
Because I thought take a break,
Hey,
go back.
Bubba loves a good bus tour.
Yeah, he does.
yeah, it was. It's fun.
Remember when we got called down for talking during the tour when we were in San Francisco by the guy that was giving
He
it?
wasn't a very good guide.
I know he was boring, and we got to have an own conversation. He said, "Hey, y'all gonna listen to me?" Or I remember he called us down in front of the whole
If
bus.
I recall, I think I said, I believe what we're talking about is more interesting.
we were probably distracting. You know,
were.
to the
We
other
were.
people
Yeah.
trying
We
to
were.
hear it.
All right. So what I was going to say is, you remember when you were in the hospital and you put like scrubs or white coat on, and then you felt like a doctor.
Oh, yeah.
And when
I
you would
went-
pass other doctors, be like, doctor, doctor, with that jacket on, walking around. I mean, do you feel like
course he
when
does.
you pass somebody, it's like, I mean, what do you go, astronaut?
What?
Astronaut.
No.
I mean, what do you
No,
what do you
no.
say?
Hey, Deke, how are you, Deke?
Yeah.
No, just got a good warm jacket and a
Dick Slater?
supporter of the space
I just
program.
didn't know.
you know?
Did you get that early in the week
Buzz?
or
No,
your
it
trip?
was-
I should say.
It was at the end of our
Oh,
visit.
man.
To the
Okay, are you saying?
space
Let me tell you.
visitor
What,
complex.
let me
What's
tell
up,
you what,
Gordo?
Let me tell you what Bubba's saying. Okay.
Well, let me tell you this: there was a lot of the kids there had got an astronaut suit, and they had like the full white jumpsuit on with
Oh,
and
when
with a
I was a
helmet
kid.
running around.
Oh, when I was a
Oh, I
kid.
told Betty, I said I would have given anything for that when I was a kid because I had to make my own.
We
out
had a
of
picture
buckets and
of
stuff.
us.
You know?
We actually had astronaut
some.
suits when we were
We had
kids with the
astronauts.
helmet and everything.
They weren't as nice as us.
No, the ones they got now
Oh,
are
they look
really.
authentic.
They got one that's white, one that's orange, one that's blue.
But they like them.
Oh, look
there
at
they
that!
are.
Look at that!
I want the orange one.
It's pretty
Look
good.
at that!
For some reason, the orange one, I don't know.
You know why I want it because I had that on Armageddon.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, that was it. But what I'm
I
saying
love
is,
that movie too.
I want to
stopped
be
at that
Bruce
movie,
Willis,
too.
but
there
not
it is.
dead.
There's what Greg wants.
There it is.
You want to be Bruce with your dad? Is that
Yeah,
what you
but
said?
not dead. I come
Okay,
back.
got it.
That's tough.
Greg,
ending.
thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is Bubba in the jacket. It'd be like you saying he thinks he's an astronaut. It's like saying the guy who's wearing Mahomes' jersey, that weighs about
Thinks
300.
he's quarterback of the Chiefs.
That,
Yeah.
that he thinks everybody thinks he plays in the NFL.
Right, okay.
I mean, okay, it's not. It's
Okay.
not
Well, I just know
Yeah.
the
It-
love.
it's
he
I'm
like-
just
has.
supporting the cause. you
It's
know?
like if you were down there and you walked up, like the guys at the NASCAR races with them very expensive NASCAR jackets for their favorite driver. Right. Right?
Yeah, I don't think he's the driver or part of the
Rick?
There he is.
I'll stand corrected.
There it is.
Now you can get these kind
I
of
was
pictures
incorrect.
made all over the park.
Okay.
too,
Did you get any made?
so.
Oh,
We
here you are
We
here.
never did get 'em. We never did get them.
You colored your hair.
I love the fact that they said, "Look, if we're going to do this, we better have some big ones that laying around." And that guy walked up and said, "See there, I told you." Yeah, because somebody said, "What size thing? We better get some big
Right.
ones."
Yeah.
It's like
Wow.
I like it.
Was Betty pretty disappointed?
No, I think she just enjoyed having a weekend away and change of scenery. And,
right.
you know.
Once they got the rental car thing worked out.
Got to eat the fish lips.
That's right.
Hey, that's all.
We had some good eating.
Oh yeah. Look, I want to know all about that. 15 minutes past the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, and it's time for us to talk to you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential listening audience in the world. And we'd love for you to join us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. And I know that you're saying, well, Rick, if there's 10 lines and everybody starts calling, well, yeah, but that's why we have the troll. Because after 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds, and then we'll move to the next caller. That way, if you are on hold, we get you in quickly. So with 10 lines available, it's easy to get in if you make a move now, and then we start rolling you through the line with the old 30-minute buzzer. And this is for you to make comments, ask questions, and bring information to the table. It is not designed for a meaningless shout-out or shameless plug. That'll get an instant buzzer, and then we'll move to the next caller. So if you want to get in right now, you can. Do want to take you to the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events this Saturday. I'm excited to be headed up to a beautiful High Point, North Carolina, for the men's conference with themanchurch.com at Green Street Baptist Church. I'll be speaking Friday night and Saturday morning. Sherry will be out and about this weekend, too. She'll be headed to Union City, Tennessee, where you hear us on KYTN. She'll be speaking at Calvary Baptist Church for the ladies' event. That's going to be lunch, followed by Sherry speaking. Find those details either at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or burgessministries.com under upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day, and we will see you guys this weekend. Harley, standing by in Alabama. Harley, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show unless you get a timeout. Go right ahead.
Green Acres.
Green Acres. Thanks for the call, buddy.
All right. Hey, well, gas prices are outrageous right now. Seem to continue to be rising. And I just was going to change gears and talk about gas and humans, wondering if y'all think a loud one or a stinky one is funnier.
Yeah.
I will tell you, they both bring a different kind of laugh. But I've watched Mr. Bussey. You know, a little noise, a little racket is funny in the right situation. But there's something about that sneaker. There's something about
when
nobody
when
no one knows it, and you send one out, and you start. It's like setting a booby trap.
Yeah.
You just start watching people's reaction. I like that first reaction from the first person because the first person starts trying to identify exactly what's going on.
Right.
Now he's always vocal and lets the others know. You know, then he becomes Paul Revere. But when it first hits him, look, it's got Bubba down. When it first,
Paul Revere.
I love seeing the first person.
Oh, God.
You know what I mean? That makes that first bad face with the that. So,
so what have I got into?
Yeah, they both have got a lot. They've got a lot of power. And two different kind of laughs. So, let's go to Kevin in Alabama. Kevin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. This is Kevin from Tuskegee, Alabama. Guys, I sent y'all an email this morning of a song I had written about what's going on in the world today. It's called Stand Your Ground, about this doggone shot mandate. And I really want you guys to listen to it if you can.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right here. I just hadn't listened to it.
Yeah, Kev, you know we get a lot of
Oh, Speedy, you please listen to it, man. This thing is actually doing really well on social. It's getting a lot of good feedback, guys. I'd love to hear your interpretation, what you think about it.
Well,
social scene doing well.
Kev, I got to let you know, when we bring something out here and we all start discussing it, we'll tell you the truth about it. It may be really good.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
I will listen in the
Speedy
break.
will screen that.
I will.
But just be careful what you ask for. Hey, let me tell you, one William Gregory Burgess will get a hold of it.
Yes, he
and
will.
he lives for this kind of stuff. And Parker in Albertville. Parker, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Holly Roll.
Yeah, hi. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Hey, fellas. Been seeing some rumors today, some talks from Brett McMurphy about JSU possibly moving to the FBS in the Conference USA. Kind of thought that was interesting.
I haven't heard that. And and Bubba's usually in the know. He is, buddy. He is blue blood up there. So I
know. Stadium ain't got my name on it.
Holly Rowe. Not mine either. My last name. Let's go to Colton. Colton, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all today?
Fired up and ready.
Good deal, good deal. Hey, I know y'all was talking about the hats down there at the Kennedy Space Center, but they have the best coffee mugs. I got one from down there back in June. It's one of the best coffee cups I've ever had.
We have a bunch of NASA coffee mugs. They're from Marshall, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah.
It is excellent.
one. It's a really good mug.
Yeah, I think with all the engineers that have worked there over the years, I think drinking coffee is a big part of working with the space program. So they got really good cups.
Well, back before it was demonized, they'd smoke cigarette, and drink coffee, and have short sleeve button downs on, making stuff happen.
Pocket protection.
Oh yeah, but it may be the same mug. They may just put different logos based on where you are. That we've got because they're taller. Mm-hmm. They're very good mugs. We have them too.
They down at the gift shop down there, they have a wall full of them. Just everything you can imagine.
Richard in Alabama. Richard, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Have you guys seen I know you talked earlier about Joe Biden seeing the Pope, and the question that he asked him, how old would you be if you don't know how old you were? At the end of that, he goes, "God love you."
I haven't seen it.
Is this what COVID fog feels like?
I haven't seen any of that.
TikTok video out, and he's shaking the Pope's hand, and he goes, how old would you be if you don't know how old you were? And the interpreter tells the Pope, and the Pope's looking like, what? He goes,
yeah. I got caught up in that.
That whole call made my head hurt.
Well, yesterday too, this whole thing that somebody says that the president had some sort of accident and then he was late, an hour late to where he was supposed to be for the summit.
G20, wasn't it?
And it's a lot of weird. Yeah,
it's bizarre.
I did see though that the Pope himself actually did allow Biden to take communion, which that didn't surprise me because this guy's pretty liberal.
I'd be careful too on TikTok. Just there's a chance it may be edited.
Right.
I mean, I just
this is
start there.
TikTok's not designed to be a news feed.
No.
Can I use what you just did, Adler, or no?
Yeah. Hold it.
He said no.
All right, I'll wait.
Let's go. Hold on.
Gary.
I haven't been able to listen to it.
Okay. All right. Gary in Alabama. Gary, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Bubba, I'm glad you're back. I'm sorry you can't have nothing.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Y'all can chastise me after I say it, but the Braves could have won that game Sunday. The MLB so rigged. I'm sorry. I know, Hensley, don't shoot me. I just want to say.
Helmsy won't either.
Could have won it. They could have. When they hit that grand slam, I said, this is all bread and butter. Here we go. And, just to do fashion, it's like, the MLB's already going through all this mess, about the losing
Don't be mad with me.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Wasted 30 seconds there.
Let's go to Jack in Alabama. Jack?
Yes.
Go ahead. You're on.
Go, Jack.
Yeah, I got a question for Mr. Bill Bubba Bourgeois.
Okay.
Would he be more disappointed that the launch was canceled or if lunch was canceled?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a great question. And both of them can be very disappointing.
Yeah.
What if it was a lunch? It got canceled.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you're eating white lunches.
Blue in Virginia. Hey, Virginia, we need you today now.
That's exactly why I'm calling, gentlemen. I hope y'all doing well.
We are. Thank you.
Thank you. If you haven't had a chance to do a little research on McAuliffe, I'm calling from Appomattox County. Do a little research on Appomattox County and McAuliffe's history. It's worth a chuckle, and it's a good talking point for you guys.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. We'll do. Thank you, man. And get out and vote today. Jennifer in Talladega. Jennifer, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, y'all.
Hey.
I've been listening to y'all since I was a little kid in Gadsden. I was just wondering, y'all used to do the Halloween special, was it the 13 Ghosts or something like that? And I was just wondering if y'all could do like an iTunes album or something that had all those old ghost stories y'all used to tell, and the clips of when Speedy used to go to all these different places in Alabama.
Yeah, it wasn't the 13 Ghosts. That was
and it wasn't
13 working days of horror.
And and it wasn't just Alabama either.
No, it wasn't. It was everybody, everywhere. Some of those are still out on YouTube, but I don't know that we have a copy of all of them. I have no idea. Thanks for the call. Bottom of the hour.
Woman in Red was one of my favorites.
Yes. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. What in the world? Are we still in the air? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Tap the brakes, driver.
That thing stopped like somebody put the brakes on. SimplySafeBubba.com. If you have not been there yet, you can. I'm talking indoor and outdoor cameras. And if you use our URL, we're going to get you 40% off their award-winning security at SimplySafeBubba.com. 40% off. So make that move now. Indoor, outdoor cameras, comprehensive sensors, all monitored around the clock by trained professionals who are going to send help the instant that you need it. Simply Safe was named Best Home Security System of 2021 by U.S. News and World Report. Now, you can easily customize the system for online in minutes. And again, I say 40% off. Now, this is the biggest discount they've ever offered. So go right now to simplysafebubba.com. Get 40% off your new security system. Again, that's simplysafebubba.com. We've been telling you about this system for years, and now, for a limited time, you can get it at 40% off. Simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's do a full-blown Biden update here. Here we go. Full-blown.
Where did he go?
Full-blown.
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
All right, so we've looked at the video the guy called about with the him interacting with the Pope. I think what the president is trying to say is your real age is how you really feel. Now, for him right now, I'm not sure that's the way to go. Mm-hmm. You're only as old as you feel, which some days that makes me 80.
Yeah, I started to say.
Right. And
I don't know if I want to go by that.
But anyway, I think that's the point he's trying to make.
But he went the long way home to get there.
And he gets to talking about Satchel Paige, who a lot of people say you never even knew his real age because he would never tell everybody. Yeah. And they're thinking now when he was a rookie.
He was 42 when he played in his first game, and I think he was like 58 when he played his last game.
Right.
I mean, unbelievable. Remarkable story.
But, and if you've never seen the movie about that, it's fantastic. But him trying to tie that into his conversation, it's like the Pope and the interpreter finally just kind of give up on it. So listen, here we go.
African American baseball player in America.
No mask.
And he didn't get to play in the Major League Baseball until he was 45 years old because of 42.
Of course, it was 42.
Non gli hanno permesso di giocare nella lega principale fino a che aveva 45 anni perché era nero.
And he was a pitcher.
What a mask.
Yeah, no mask anywhere.
Usually pitchers lose their arm when they're 35.
Why is he talking to the Pope about Satchel Paige?
I don't know. It's your time with the Pope.
On his 47th birthday. The press walked in the locker room and said his name was Satchel Paige.
Si chiamava Satchel Paige. Allora gli giornalisti sono andati nello spogliatoio.
The Pope can't believe it.
I can't look.
Satch, no one's ever pitched to win at age 47. How do you feel about pitching to win on your birthday?
Tutti hanno detto nessuno c'è mai riuscito a fare
This is what he's
questo
gonna
a
talk to the Pope
47
about?
anni.
Why is he talking to the Pope
Sempre
about this?
fatto il giorno del tuo compleanno.
And he looked at me and said, boys, that's not how I look at age.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Boys, that's not how I look at age.
I wish I wasn't here.
Ragazzi, non si guarda all'età.
I look at it this way.
Can I take my headphones off?
How old would you be if you didn't know how old you were?
Quanto vecchio saresti se tu non sapessi quanto vecchio sei?
You're 65, I'm 60.
Lei ha 65 anni e io ho 60.
Thank you.
Gracious alive.
Okay, I think.
Why did y'all just put me through that? What have I done?
That's a long way home for. I think he's trying to say if mentally, because once you hear that you're a certain age,
you're just as old as you feel. So
Right.
What
age would you give yourself?
I believe you brought Satchel Paige into
Well, that's a long way home.
It is.
And it's how much of that do you think the Pope even followed?
I don't know. He was really leaning in.
He really was. No mask on, right in the Pope's face.
Yeah.
Now
Nobody in the room.
Because I thought even if you've been vaccinated now, you're supposed to still wear a mask.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what they tell you.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's maybe he's like the rest of us. He doesn't think that's really necessary anymore. So really, because usually what you do is probably what you really believe. All right. So then we got other stuff. He was trying to get to the COP26. What is that?
That is that's
just save the world climate change thing.
Yeah, global warming, climate change, all that
climate,
stuff.
Yeah.
We just the entourage that we sent. By the way, 85 automobiles.
Yeah. That
See
was
how
for the Pope.
Rick? Good night. I know the president, and I want him to be prepared, and I want him to be protected. But 85?
Yeah. But again, if we really believe this is as serious as they keep saying, and
they're not worried about it.
No.
And our president keeps saying, then this should be a Zoom or conference call. You've heard us talk about that many times. And you could do real high-tech meeting that no one had to attend.
Have you noticed the
really
people who are the most outspoken about protecting the planet seem to be the ones polluting the most?
They really do. So here's some footage of our president falling asleep during the opening speeches. Bubba, please.
Please, yeah.
I can't
now, I mean, I'd probably fall asleep too, but he is the leader of the free world.
Well, I would. I mean, yeah, there's no doubt. Well, he's got a mask on. He can't breathe. Why is his mask on here, but it wasn't on when he was up in the Pope's face?
There he goes. There he goes.
There he
out.
goes.
4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi,
full blown
7
asleep this
Mississippi.
time. Full blown asleep.
7 seconds.
Well, God
out.
love him. I mean, he's got a mask on.
there
How
goes
does he
back.
even breathe?
Eyes are so heavy.
Person
right
behind him does not.
No.
All right. So, boy, he's really going to sleep a lot.
Wow. He has that
Does he
tough,
nod?
Naughty night, Joe.
heavy breathing. We're at 10 seconds here on this.
Completely
Wishes
asleep.
he was in Delaware.
I mean, completely asleep.
He is so out.
Still asleep. How long is this?
Please look at his breathing. He's
Look,
out.
he's getting shaky.
Look. Somebody finally walked. Somebody told that guy, go talk to him or
He's
something.
about to fall out.
And wake him up.
And he said, "Who am I?"
So, now tell me again about that years old you feel stuff.
No, you woke me up, son.
Okay.
Go on.
All right. So there he is. That's somebody trying to get him to stay awake.
Oh, look, then he claps.
Then he claps like
I'd be out.
Look
too.
at it. Look.
I'd be out.
I know that feeling. I've been there.
Oh yeah.
I know that feeling.
You feel like you need toothpicks to prop your eyes up. You know.
Keep in mind. This is supposed to be world leaders because we're all going to die if we don't do something.
Yeah.
All right. So then we get into the Boris Johnson tries to help Biden out.
Yeah.
Because Biden blew through his 2-minute cap. The leaders were supposed to remark no more than 2 minutes. And, of course, our president went way over that, rambling around.
Mm-hmm.
And Boris Johnson says, don't be mad with Biden.
Right.
Here we go.
And Bubba, you're going to love it. John Kerry's right behind him.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Joe. And to anybody looking at me impatiently saying, well, why did I allow the President of the United States to run over the 2 minutes? It just took two considerations. Well, first of all, Joe wasn't in the room when I set out that very strict rubric, point one. But point two, everybody will understand. Come on, the huge importance of the United States in helping the
There's our
world
president
to take action.
What's John Kerry so sad?
Alone, I think it would work.
Well, thank goodness.
There, he cracked his smile.
Come on, allow the rules to be bent. I hope that people will indulge me.
Now Boris Johnson's having to tell the rest of the world.
Yes.
Hey, sorry he went over, but he was an hour late. He wasn't in here when we gave out the instructions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how are you go that far for that meeting? How are you an hour late?
Even the world's apologizing for him.
Have you noticed that Joe doesn't know when to put his mask on or take it off? He put it on once, took it off, put it back on, took it back off.
Yeah. Then he has it hanging from one ear.
It's like everybody else.
And it's made John Kerry sad for some reason.
Yeah. John Kerry, I mean, he's going to have to seek help for depression.
And you remember Greg?
Look at the long face.
Yeah, you remember Greg earlier telling us. Now remember, John Kerry set us straight on all this. We're not. You don't question.
Are y'all sure he didn't play Herman Munster? Are you sure? I mean, can somebody double check that online?
But remember, we do not question the ruling class because John Kerry told us we're a bunch of peons.
That's right.
And he's out doing the work of the world trying to save the planet, and we need to shut up about him being on private planes and doing this because what he's got to do is too important.
He's out checking out the latest billionaires that may be on the market.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it's so important that our president's fallen asleep during it and can't get to a meeting on time. So anyway, here's Biden saying that he guess he shouldn't apologize, but he does apologize. Something about us pulling out of the Paris Accord or something.
Yeah, Trump.
So here we go.
And I guess I shouldn't apologize, but I do apologize for the fact the United States, the last administration pulled out of the Paris Accords and put us sort of behind the 8 ball. That's the first thing I did when elected. I see my friend nodding his head over there because we talked about this.
Yeah. See what I mean? He can't.
But see, Trump didn't have to fly to one of these idiot meetings.
Right.
You actually caused more destruction to the environment by carrying 85 people and all that entourage.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, can I tell you this on behalf of America right now, looking at our economy, the price of everything, whatever you're doing, please stop. Okay, please stop doing it. Whatever you're doing, will you please?
And whoa.
Please stop. And let's see. You want an old clip of Joe Biden saying people need to learn to speak English?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's have
about the border.
Yeah. So here he is back when he. This is 2006, Joe.
Mhm.
All right, here we go.
2006
Joe. Yeah, to saying that if you're going to come to this country, you need to learn the language.
That's the hard part about having 47, 48 years in politics. There's a lot of video out there. A lot of sound bites of you contradicting yourself.
Look, Joe has contradicted himself so many times from when he was Senator Joe but guys, let's be honest. If you've been in politics for over 40 years, over 40 years. All right, so here we go.
They have to have a way to earn their way into the deal. This is an amnesty. They're required to take 11 years' worth. They pay a fine. They got to learn to speak English. They got to pass tests.
English part.
Yeah.
I like the
well,
English part.
By the way,
if we want the problems of Canada right now, keep encouraging people to keep their foreign language. English is going to unite this country potentially. It always has in the past.
I can't think of a country that has 2 languages as their accepted languages that is doing all that well, including Switzerland and or Canada.
Good. Whoa, canceled. Whoa. Senator Biden would be canceled.
What a
His
difference.
last name wasn't Biden. He wouldn't get away with that.
What a difference in the way you see he speaks now.
Oh, yeah.
Versus then.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Before people have dementia, they speak differently than after they get it. It's a big change.
Did you see little Greta out leading cheers outside?
No.
Have you seen that?
No. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Of course, he was in his 60s. All right, so we're back. And looks like we didn't get to the Greta part of this.
Blah, blah.
So Greta was having an outside.
She's having a rally outside, and she's leading the crowd in a little chant.
Really?
About what you can do with your climate crisis.
And it's kind of she's a little dicey with her chant.
Yes, having a good old time, Rick.
Here she is.
You can shove your climate crisis up your.
Oh boy.
You can shove your climate crisis up.
Well.
You can shove your climate crisis. You can shove your climate crisis. You can shove your climate crisis up your.
Wow.
How dare you?
Wow. Potty mouth.
Good night.
Got a little
Blah,
body
blah,
now.
blah, that.
I mean,
Good gracious.
I mean, that's.
Might get a bar of soap.
Blah, blah, blah.
I really, and excuse me, I don't understand why they're chanting that.
I don't
Blah,
either.
blah,
Thank you, Bubba.
Because
blah,
really,
blah,
that's
blah.
kind of what I'd like to chant back to
Thank
them.
you.
If I could predict,
It's like they're
is,
chanting the wrong side of this.
if I could predict it, it's that this bunch, all they do is talk. They don't ever do anything.
blah, blah.
They've been asking them to do more,
Blah, blah, blah.
and they won't. So now they're trying to say there's a climate crisis, but you can shove it because y'all don't do anything. That's if I was to predict.
When is somebody going to be held accountable for abusing this girl?
Yeah, this is
I mean,
kind of sad. I mean, there's a lot of this in the public now, starting with our president.
Now we've got this girl outside telling everybody, the world, to take their climate crisis and cram it up their A-double. I mean, are the people who've done this with this little girl, are they proud of themselves? What we've done here?
Blah, blah, blah.
Wash your mouth out with soap.
Yeah, I mean, tell you something. My mama looked at me and
good
saw
old
me
time.
chanting that on TV.
Watch out.
Oh, I'd be in trouble at that age.
And nice,
Would do.
a nice selection
I
of.
mean-
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know
Where
that
do we-
song was so universally known for chanting.
I didn't either. So you're right, Speedy. What they're saying is, world leaders, y'all having this climate crisis meeting. All y'all do is talk.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
Rick.
I don't know what this.
You know what? I'd like that we start with some action. One, take cell phones away from all these idiots, computers,
Right.
and their cars, and let them start walking to the meal wherever they work.
Right.
How about that?
Yeah.
Let's start with that.
Right.
That's a good start.
So
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah 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 to you.
Blah, blah, blah.
Y'all, that's
don't-
embarrassing.
yeah.
I'm really embarrassed for that little girl.
Well, I just feel bad. She's been terrified, and now they've put her in this position of being. Now I want you to realize, only our current state in this fake world. How old is she now? Is she even 20 yet? She's 18. How old is this? How is she?
18 or 19, I think.
Blah, blah, blah.
Well, I don't know how old you are. I mean, how old is she? 18. So wait a minute. So only this fake world could say, everybody be quiet. An 18-year-old's got something to say about climate change. And the world should listen to an 18-year-old talking about something that she probably emotionally and has been terrified to care about. But does she really scientifically know what she's talking about? And I know that's
That'd be a big nope.
Yeah. So everybody be quiet. A teenager wants to address us. It doesn't mean that young people don't bring anything to the table, but I'm not sure they should be the expert on climate change.
Yeah, they are.
Correct.
They are protesting empty rhetoric at climate change. All they do is talk.
I saw an interesting story. ABC's Network News has their main anchor in Madagascar, and they're promoting this as the world's first climate crisis drought that's killing people in Madagascar. And if you just scan around the video of Madagascar, you realize this is not the first time they've had a drought.
No.
But the way they're selling this and pushing is this is the world's first, they'll say first documented drought caused by climate change. No, we have droughts all the time. We've always had them.
Yeah.
And we have floods all the time. We've always had them.
As a matter of fact, I can show you some really big ones throughout world history.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just at the length they go to push this. And I don't know. I guess there's some mind mush people out there that buy this crap. But, I mean, this is ABC News. It looked like a skit on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, yeah. They have talking animals on Madagascar.
Yeah, I know.
But in the fake world,
Look,
I like that movie.
if they're having,
they probably think those animals.
if they're having a drought, I'm not saying we shouldn't try to help them.
No, of course not.
And there's not humanitarian issues there, but selling it as a climate change event? Are you kidding me?
Well, it's. I will agree with Greta on one thing. This is a bunch of fake rattling on, because again, the actions do not seem to support the accusation that if we don't do something, I mean, I'm talking about right now about our man-made carbon emissions, we're all going to die a terrible death as the Earth collapses on itself because of what we're doing. If that narrative is accurate, then we're really going about it a weird way.
Yeah, by spending more and more with the haves going around the world to tell us that we're destroying the world.
Now, remember, John Kerry told us that he has to do that.
Yeah. Well, they got Zoom now.
Right.
Big John.
Well, apparently John Kerry does not know that. And also, he's never been given his number for the conference call. This is your code.
Yeah. 3345 has entered the room.
Right. By the way, I do like one of those probably 2 or 3 a month. It's not pretty common.
Yeah.
It's technology, and what you can do with Zoom Room now, and with the money that we have for budget for world leaders, I bet we can do a Zoom call to beat the band.
Yeah.
And it's and that way, if our president goes over his 2 minutes, you can pot him down.
Look, fine to study it, fine to look at it. Let's keep looking at what man could be contributing to the climate change. But you can't really believe it and then act that way.
Well, I've used this example many times talking about, what we do is the truth. I mean, let's say that they were having a summit to stop the production of all plastic. And when you got to the summit, every single seat had a bottle of water in plastic. And they were all sitting around drinking them, saying, we got to do away with this plastic. I mean, wouldn't you go, not sure they're really...
Some doesn't wash here.
Yeah, are they really against plastic? They got a bunch of it around the table here. Yeah. Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. If you leave us, have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we were actually talking about this, Bubba and me, about the life insurance. I mean, especially some of us that are out there going, do I have enough life insurance? And things like smartphones, streaming services. How many different colors of versions of white paint do we have, and stuff like this? Everything just seems to be hard to follow, but. Ladder said, let's take life insurance and let's flip it upside down, and everything that's inefficient about it, let's remove it. Before Ladder, if you want to get life insurance, I mean, you had to drive across town, you had to sit through a sales pitch, you had to fill out all kinds of paperwork, and then what? Oh, by the way, thanks for doing all that. We'll let you know something about 6 to 8 weeks. We'll let you know if you're approved, and then you also then what happened? Here come all the other calls because this company has now given your information to them. Here come other agents trying to bundle life insurance with things like car insurance and all that. But with Ladder, you get fast, affordable term life insurance without leaving the home. What does that mean? When I'm dead, this is how much my loved ones get or my spouse gets or whatever. It's 100% digital. When you apply for $3 million or less in coverage, you don't even need a doctor. You don't need any kind of needles. Don't need any paperwork. So if you're between the ages of 20 and 60 and you need coverage and you want to team up with somebody that has taken all the inefficiency out of it, then you need to be with Ladder. Hey, how much? I need term life insurance, and I don't want to be hassled. Well, then you need to contact Ladder. That's LADDER life.com/Rick Bubba. LadderLife.com/Rick Bubba. Simplify your life insurance. 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here as we unpack the stories of the day. Welcome back. No longer an empty seat over there. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us in the little party we call the Rick and Bubba Experience.
If you missed it, we recap Bubba's trip early
To the moon.
to the moon and back early in the program. So if you want to go find that in the podcast archives today, you can. A complete recap of Bubba's trip to the Kennedy Space Center. I want to hit this. We played this while you were gone yesterday, Bubba. The ridiculous Colin Kaepernick Netflix special that is coming up that is comparing the NFL to the slave trade.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and so Babylon.
Big difference.
Yep, especially when he was there, he was getting $19 million a year and kept trying to get back into the system that he now demonizes. But anyway,
it ain't like he left on his own.
Colin Kaepernick, Babylon B is not going to let him get away with this. Colin Kaepernick starts Underground Railroad to help other NFL stars escape to freedom.
Wow.
So the Babylon B having a blast with that. But it has drawn a lot of criticism, even from former NFL players. Jack Brewer had some things to say about Colin Kaepernick, and he did not hold back on how ridiculous this statement is. And here he is.
Well, there's nobody better to talk about this topic than you. So what is your reaction to Colin Kaepernick comparing the NFL to slavery?
First off, my dignity is in place, and I did go through the NFL Combine. And I tell you what, this new Colin Kaepernick doctrine that's penetrating the minds and hearts of so many of our underserved black kids across America is the single largest threat to black men in the United States of America. Because right now, folks are thinking that they're victims, and they're living in the most prosperous, the most opportunity in any country in the world. And so this one hurts me because every day I get up and I go out and try to help young African-American boys become men and try to instill those values. And when you have someone like this who has the audacity to call multi-millionaires slaves, and compare a process of someone living their dream, going to the National Football League, comparing that to slavery, it's gone overboard. And I think Colin Kaepernick needs to do some soul searching. Yeah. You just watch that video. You see how dark it is. And to take the most fragmented, the most vulnerable population we have in America, where we have kids that 70% of them don't have fathers. A lot of them can't. Their reading and math proficiency levels rate against third world countries. You have kids that are already hopeless, and then you go out and push this mentality, and you're supposed to be someone that's a leader. Think about the movement that this guy started, the opportunity that he has, that he could actually come in and promote positivity to young black and African American men, telling them how great this country is. He doesn't have that spirit in him. He has an evil, anti-American spirit,
so, Jack,
and it's sick and disgusting to think that that even one more thing, Carly, that even Netflix, someone that big and popular, would even put something out like that to penetrate the mind of these kids should be illegal.
So there you go. He didn't pull any punches there, and I heard others that were black men that were saying things very similar, and I actually heard yesterday some of them discussing what we did, and that was this is disgraceful to those who actually went through slavery. Mm-hmm. Because him comparing it to the slave trade, the combine, that is a bit of a stretch. And even one of the guys says, my son has a chance to go to the combine, and I sure hope he gets that opportunity. He said, because that'll be an opportunity for him. Think about this. You look at the NFL, with all the things you may agree or disagree with about the NFL, has there been, I think they're one of the organizations that probably has funneled the most money into the black community.
Rick made more millionaires than anything by far.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not even close. Professional sports.
That really wasn't the mindset of the slave trade.
No. First of all, you weren't asked to show up. You were brought.
Right.
And you couldn't leave.
Right. And also from what I've seen right now, the players' union and the players seem to get their way on most everything. That also is not very slave trade like.
No, it's not. No.
That's just ridiculous for that comparison. It's nowhere close.
Well, and I saw some of the clips from
they try out, and their physical attributes are measured because they're in a physical sport that requires you to run around and jump and tackle, and that's how you measure your performance in that game. I mean that's just crazy. That's just ridiculous.
Well,
you can't even hardly address it. It's so mind-boggling that would get compared.
But there really is nothing to add to what these former players and just other men are saying. They're just like, this is just outlandish to make this comparison.
Yeah.
All right. So other things with the NFL though, let's give a little bit of update because there's some big things that have been going on. The Titans have lost Derrick Henry.
Yeah, had foot surgery.
Not good for the Titans.
No.
Not good. Boy, he's a hoss too.
I heard you guys in the kickoff hour. They say that he touches the ball 55% of the time.
Yeah, on offense. Yeah,
that's a large part of your offense. You just
right. It's quite a little hole to fill.
Well,
there.
I mean, he's just a big old brutal running back, and that they've built their offense around
like
that.
a machine.
You know?
Famous Jameis had put his life back together. Was playing well for the Saints. He is also now out with an ACL.
Yeah, he got horse-collared in a tackle, and it tore up his I think it was his left knee.
Yeah, his ACL.
You know, I'll give credit to Jameis Winston. He kind of learned his lesson, went humble, stayed in a backup row with a legend, and got mentored and worked his way into being the starting quarterback for the Saints.
It was doing pretty well.
It was doing pretty good, and now he's out with an injury.
Because Hill, their other guy that quarterbacked, he's out with a concussion right now, I think, right? Taysom Hill?
Yeah.
So Ann Von Miller has been traded to the Los Angeles Rams. Looks like the Rams have decided they can make a run at the Super Bowl, and they're trying.
That's quite a front.
Yeah, they're going all in right now. I mean, if the Rams cannot win it this year, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Von Miller said an emotional goodbye to Denver.
Yeah, and he was a legend there. He was the face of that defense. But there's got to be a smile on his face knowing that he'll be standing behind 99.
And they said it was just a business move on Denver's part because after this year they would get less for him if they trade him when his contract's up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they went ahead and got rid of him now. Not that they were dissatisfied with him.
I'm
just
gonna
made business.
I'm gonna get to play linebacker behind Aaron Donald.
Boy, can you imagine?
That's quite.
You get to move around a lot.
There's 3 people trying to block him. I'm running free.
Yeah, no one's there to get.
Denver's one of those teams I've just forgotten about.
I know.
Well, you know why? Because they're not very good right now.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I guess I don't know. I just don't hear about them anymore.
And so the Chiefs
Who's their
and the Chiefs and the Giants played last night, Monday Night Football, and there's a Giants fan that was just given this very this straight face when the Giants were trying to make a last-minute drive or whatever, and it's gone viral of every Giants fan. This is what we look like.
I heard about that, and the Giants now the Jets have been bad for so long. Now the Giants have decided they'll be bad.
They'll be bad right along the side.
Well, the Giants have had highs and lows. But they've won some Super Bowls.
The Jets ain't smelled one since Joe Namath.
But no fan base can get Bubba's sympathy. I'm sorry. I mean they can,
at least the Jets have one.
Yeah, and the Giants have a couple.
Did you see the picture? I think, I don't know if all of y'all were seeing it, but I was, with a guy that had the jersey on for the Vikings, the shirt, and it says, if you ask why the Vikings wear purple, and on the back it says, if you'd been choking for 50 years, you'd be purple too.
That's a good one. Bubba ordered him one of those.
That's a good. That is very good.
That is a good one.
All righty. So we'll come back. We'll get into some of your phone calls, but also, guys, am I supposed to call Kanye Ye now?
Yes, sir, Rick.
Yes.
Think so.
Have you seen this latest thing?
Who, Ye?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back, 866. We Be Big is the number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up at the bottom of the hour. Or even now. I don't know how much discussion there'll be on this. But I was, you know how sometimes you're just kind of waiting. You're just waiting on, you know, I've talked about this like with people, if you ever unfortunately have somebody who's a friend or one of your children or an uncle that seems to be having to have a difficult time staying out of trouble, and you just think, can I get through a week without a phone call or a text that asks, have you heard about so-and-so? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I can just not hear bad news this week.
Right.
And sometimes they can be so unpredictable, you just want to get through a day. Well, I kind of feel that way about Kanye West, who is now just known as, I'm with Bubba. He I guess we're supposed to call him Ye, but it's Y-E. To me, that would be Ye. Ye would be Y-A-W-A-Y. But
I think it's Ye. No, yeah.
You
it's
say
Ye.
that?
Kanye. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
Rick, I'm so confused.
Well, Greg, I'm about to confuse you even more.
Well, welcome to the big confusion party.
To the big confusion.
About to get creepy.
Leave your hat at the door.
And I want you to know that I have sympathy for the struggles mentally that Kanye has acknowledged and obviously has. Okay?
Yeah, gotcha.
Not sure I'm ready to give him as much responsibility as some of you, but because I think he's got some. First of all, he's an infant to the faith, and because he's a celebrity, we always give celebrity people who make a claim of faith too much responsibility because we're enamored with their celebrity, and we're so enamored with their celebrity that it affects our discernment. That's just a fact, okay? Because that's the way we act about celebrity. But so he's had some issues. Now this latest thing, and I was having a good time last night. I really was. I was just hanging out with my wife, and we were watching a little movie, and we were just kind of chilling. And then the text, you heard about Kanye? And I'm like, oh, man, I don't even want to know. I said, no, I'm out of the loop. And so all that took was just Google Kanye, which then comes up with just Y-E because he's legally changed his name. These things that Kanye's been doing, these Sunday service concerts, and I know there's been some positive things that have gone on there. I don't know the current state of the Sunday service. I don't know. I do know that the person who was discipling him doesn't have access to him anymore by Ye's own, he put up the blocks. Yeah. Well, Marilyn Manson has been hanging out with Kanye and came to the Sunday service. Now, how about this?
Did you happen to see what Marilyn's been going through the past year?
Yes,
the
I have.
accusations he's had.
I think there's 14, right?
There's a bunch of them.
And some of them are brutal, some of the things he's been accused of doing.
And again, he'll have his day. But
and let me say this. For some reason, Justin Bieber is in this too.
Justin Bieber?
Back to my original comment about being enamored with celebrity and handing too much responsibility too fast.
I'm gonna be honest with the weather dress is kind of creeping me out.
You realize what we say a lot of times in the faith? Hey, this is John Smith. I work with him. Yeah, okay, great, man. He made a decision for Christ this week, and wonderful, man. You gonna bring him to church with you? Yeah, okay, good, man. I hope so. Hope y'all plug into a small group, and you know what nobody ever says about the guy that made a decision for Christ at work. You want him to preach this Sunday?
Yeah.
But if he's a celebrity, for some reason, we just throw all that away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
move him right to the top of the list.
But anyway,
look at old Marilyn there. He could maybe left the white face off.
I don't know what Marilyn Manson is doing, and if Marilyn Manson is seeking a change in his life, I'm all about that. But probably what you want to do, a guy who's got 14 counts of sexual abuse against him right now, and one that is being talked about, and if he's found guilty of it, it'll be very brutal, and he's going to go to jail. But when these things are out there, what probably you want to do, if you're trying to talk to him about turning him to the faith, which I'm all about, okay, love that. He probably just needs to attend the service.
Yeah,
He probably doesn't.
What is going on?
That shot there, he looks like he's still got white face makeup.
What
he wears that.
What we probably shouldn't do is to get Marilyn Manson, Justin Bieber, and Ye and have them walk out onto some stage and everybody around us like we got druids.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's a creepy looking little.
I mean,
deal
are we? All that's missing here is Stonehenge.
Exactly.
I mean, is this some sort of pagan?
That kind of makes you miss the old traditional service from First Baptist Church, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah, it's a long way from that. And hey, Marilyn, whatever your name is, if you are showing off this, maybe leave the ghoulish makeup off. Maybe
Right,
I don't
right,
know. Maybe
yeah.
that'd be a good time not to wear it.
So I don't know what
I
they
know
were.
it's your deal.
No one seems to really know. I don't know why one of these articles just don't simply say, because there they are up there talking about something.
Well, he was at one of them listening parties. You know, Kanye would go to these stadiums, and like I say, I think the people crazier than him are the ones who bought tickets to it. And he would have listening parties to his new latest record coming out, or whatever you want to call them.
Right.
And at one of them, he actually built a replica of the house he was raised in, or it was a church or something. And Marilyn Manson was with him walking out. You know, he walks around, just listens to the music, and everybody sits and stands and watches.
Now, don't miss that when they're on the stage in the white stuff, they are all wearing rubber hunting boots.
Rick, they sure are. Lacrosse brought to you by Lacrosse.
Yeah, it's I don't know what those are.
Or is
They're
that some of his?
They look like they work at a chicken plant.
Yeah,
actually,
amen.
I mean, that's exactly what they.
That's the exact same boot. Are those some of his line that he's got a clothing?
They just look like. Well, you know what they look like? Rubber boots.
They are. They look just like rubber boots.
They're just rubber boots.
And I bet they cost like $600 a pair.
And I hope you can get them on and off better than you can those original rubber boots. Those original rubber boots, man, you had to fight those. So listen,
you better have a friend.
Let me be perfectly clear.
Or one of those little wooden V's.
Let me be perfectly clear. I don't know the state of Ye and Ye and his spiritual health, and I hope it's good. But I will tell you this: his mental health is in trouble. Okay, and am I the only one that sees that? And
just that picture to me, whatever that's supposed to be, it looks creepy.
But what we can't do if just discernment. If you're going to bring Marilyn Manson to the Sunday service, great.
Yeah.
But he just needs to attend. You know, and pray.
I really need to hear that they were praying over him,
Maybe.
and then he was going to walk down and do his own thing.
Well, he's got his face covered like part of the,
It's
the audio is not great, but if y'all want to hear it, I've got it.
I mean, he looks like the Taliban dressed in white.
All right, here we go.
All right. Right now, in this moment, wrap us with your love. Show us who you are.
So Bieber's praying. That's what's
creepy,
going on.
guys.
So,
That's
which
just,
is great.
I hope Marilyn Manson makes a great spiritual change. I'm simply talking about.
That was creepy.
I'm strictly talking about discernment.
Weird music. That's creepy.
I mean, if you said, "Hey, man, I'm going to bring somebody that I become friends with the church," okay, good. Who you bring? Marilyn Manson.
She's pretty
okay.
tall.
Oh, yeah, that's great. But and then said, "I'd like to."
I'm gonna cover his face and bring him out in a white robe.
I would
make
say.
it look really
I would say
weird.
one thing. Just do this stuff. I mean, look.
And Bieber, what?
And what I don't understand what's going on now. I will say this.
That's a freak show. Is what that.
I will say this, and I don't know. I do not know. But if these accusations have forced Mr. Manson into this situation, I don't know if this is a look. I'm working on it, or maybe if he's had a great awakening and he wants to repent of sin and turn to the authority of Christ, I'm all about it. But it's just kind of a. It's kind of odd.
It's got a little bit of show to it, and you hope it's real,
right?
You know?
Well, if that's even what's going on, I don't know what's going on. It's is this them? Are they going to start? Are they going to be one of the plant churches for the new metaverse church that Zuckerberg's putting together? Have you seen that sideshow? Huh? The metaverse. We'll take your phone calls when we come back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
34 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And there's lines available, and we got a lot out there that we can talk about today that you've already heard if you've been paying attention. And you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Babel.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. If you're trying to learn another language, a lot of times it's very similar to what we talk about with guitar playing. It requires so much time that usually you fade away on it. And but Babel.com/Bubba has made learning a new language easier and more effective, because the bottom line is I want to learn the kind of phrases that I need to know to actually communicate with people in everyday life. And that's the Babel system. 15-minute lessons, and their speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation and your accent. Not that we would need that here. It's the number one selling language learning app. The whole process is addictively fun. It's fast. It's easy. These bite-sized 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language, even when you're busy and you're on the go. It's also a great way to help your kids get a jump on their peers at school when they're going to be, learn if it's part of their, especially think about it. I mean, they do it at high school, but when you go to college, there's a lot of degrees that require you to take so much of a foreign language, and they'll be way ahead on that. And if you want the 20-day money-back guarantee, plus you want to get 65% off. Wow, 65% off your subscription. Then just find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or here it is if you want to go to it. That's Babel, BABBEL.com/Bubba for 65% off your subscription. Babel is language for life, and it's the best way to learn a foreign language. And if you want to do that, use Babel. Let's go to Richard in Pensacola. Richard, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Lines are available if you want to get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Richard, go ahead.
I am an orthopedic surgeon. I participated as a physician in the NFL Combine a number of years ago. I observed immediately that 90+% of the physicians were Caucasian, and probably less than 25% of the players were Caucasian. Each player gets a full physical exam from every NFL team that includes examination of all the extremities. So it's a pretty extensive exam. And I remember looking at this, being feeling very unsettled at white people examining black people for the purposes of their physical characteristics and their ability to do a job. I don't agree with what Colin Kaepernick was looking to do with his recent presentation, but I will tell you that from the medical side of things, not the participation side of things where they're bench pressing and running the 40 and so forth, but just the medical, it was unsettling to see that.
But can I ask you something, Richard, just, since I hand out degrees in common sense? If I'm about to invest millions and millions of dollars into anyone of any color to do the job that is required in the NFL, isn't it wise for me to know what kind of health they are in before I make that investment?
Oh, absolutely.
What does it matter if the doctor's? What does it matter if the doctor's white? It's just a doctor.
It really doesn't. It was more of the overall presentation was unsettling. And let's face it, a lot of people have to undergo physical exams for their jobs, from truck drivers to airline pilots to physicians for that matter. It was more of the setting and the presentation was unsettling.
Would it make you uncomfortable if doctors were looking at truck drivers and most of the truck drivers were black and most of the doctors were white?
Not so much, because those are typically done in an individual setting. This was a large group setting with essentially cubicles, and that was what made it different.
You're just saying the optics of it because of the amount of things you hear about racism, the optics to you felt were strange.
That is a very good summary.
Yeah, but you do acknowledge that comparing this to slavery is a bit of a stretch, because it's really nothing like slavery.
But any of these guys at any point can go, I'm out of here.
Or don't come at all. You don't have to show up, and you're invited. A lot of people choose not to go.
No one brings you there against your own will.
No, I agree 100% with what you just said. No one's being forced to come there. Mm-hmm. It is strictly an optics observation.
So would the optics be better if there were more black doctors? Is that what you're saying?
Not so much. It was more of it being in a very large group setting with the realization that each player there was essentially on the market. Now, they're on the market for a lot of money, don't get me wrong.
All races.
But
so I guess, Doc, what I'm trying to get to, and I appreciate you calling and sharing this, what is the solution for that? Are you saying that the medical exams maybe shouldn't be given at a combine? They should be done individually? But I mean, I guess a team doctor from, say, the Cleveland Browns, and they're looking to draft a guard, he wants to see all the guards there at one time so they can make some determinations and rankings of the physical abilities of these guys, right? I mean, am I missing something?
No, you're not missing a thing, and the purpose of the combine is to condense the travel and condense the timeline to make those things happen
and give more opportunity to more people
to go to multiple places.
Yeah, and to give more opportunity to these guys to try out.
I agree 100% with you. I don't know that there is a solution.
I mean, really, it's a job fair if you think about it. It's a job fair for the NFL, really.
And the fact you received an invitation to it is usually almost an honor because that means that they really think you're a top prospect because everybody doesn't get to go. They only select who they want to come there, which are the players they think are the top level. I mean.
Well said.
Yeah, so you're agreeing. You're just saying there's something about the white people ranking the black people. But physically in this,
in that environment,
I'm trying to.
Well, I'm sorry, the majority of them are black because I don't know if you've watched football on any level, the majority of the players are black.
Yeah, we've always done this, but I guess we're saying back
because we're going with who the best.
Back when the league was mostly white, it didn't bother us. I thought we were supposed to get to the point that we just see human beings. Yeah. I mean, the process has always been this way, but it bothers us because now most of the players are black. I think that defeats the whole colorblind thing we were supposed to be trying to achieve.
Yeah, and you can play this out to ridiculous ends.
Yeah.
And Doc, I thank you for calling and sharing that. I do appreciate
and I appreciate you being
sharing.
honest about it.
But you can carry this out to, we can look at our quota-based system that, we're not matching our population with quotas on the team.
Yeah.
And none of us want that because we want the best players out there.
Exactly.
But I mean, we can carry this out to the diversity of the crowd watching. We're going to limit how many white people come in based on how many whites are on the team.
Well, I don't know if you know
Will that leave empty seats?
We got people complaining.
By the way, there was an article about that. You weren't here yesterday that says the Atlanta Braves, their crowd needs some diversity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the crowd.
Listen, all of this is a little bit of us having it too good for too long, and we're sitting around trying to think up problems.
I thought we were to the point where, like Rick said, they're players, they're athletes. We're not looking at what color they are. We obviously don't when they get to play, and I'm fine with that. Yeah. I want the best to play. But it's the same. All of a sudden now, this is offensive because the majority of them are black players. Well, that has nothing to do with it.
Well, it also goes back to this, and I don't mean this toward Richard. So, Richard, don't hear me saying this. I'm talking about the problem. The problem starts from the fact that when this was taking place, the reason why the optics don't look good is I still see black players. I don't just see players.
Right.
So
why
talking
about people who are offended?
So why are our optics this way?
Yeah,
I thought
Talk about that.
I thought, does it bother us that football players are evaluated? Now, if that's the case, but see, that's not what's bothering us. Well, I see all these black players. Well, no, why are they not just players?
Yeah,
and the best ones, whatever color they may be, play. And if that's mainly black ones, then fine.
And that seems to be the way.
And if the NFL is really a slave operation, shut it down. Then shut it down. Put everybody out on the street.
It is not a slave operation, I'm telling you.
These players,
I think you'll have a lot of black people vote against that move.
These people can't. They are hoping they get invited to the combine.
Right.
That's their goal, to get invited to the combine.
No one says, "Oh no, I've been invited to the combine. They're going to evaluate me physically."
And the only ones that usually don't go are the ones that are so elite. They know that they have nothing to gain by going.
Did you know?
'Cause a lot of the quarterbacks won't go. They'll have their day.
It's like a political debate.
But
There's no
they're the
reason.
top of the guys. They have nothing
Yeah.
to gain, so they don't go.
Did you know if we had a rocket scientist combine, you guess what they would test there?
How smart you are about rockets.
Yeah,
That's a pretty good idea.
They would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand you, but I think that goes into the stereotype that you're being made feel guilty because you're white.
Right.
Really is what the good doctor was saying, and that we have to look at everybody by skin color again. Now, when we all grew up being told, don't look at people by skin color.
Yeah, that's our problem. Now they're saying the fact that we won't look at everybody's color, that's now our new problem.
Yeah.
Wow. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Chuck is out of Coleman, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. You want to get in? Let's chat with you, see what's on your mind. Chuck, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I'm just calling to tell y'all that Brian Werner, also known as Marilyn Manson, grew up in the Catholic background. His father was actually a Catholic priest, so he's very much aware
How could his
of
father
faith.
be a Catholic priest? Priests aren't married, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think maybe that part's not.
Yeah.
correct.
If you're a true pure Catholic priest, you wouldn't be married.
Well, he grew up in the Catholic background.
Yeah, well,
so he's very much aware of the faith.
Right. Well, you said his dad was a priest. I mean that's which, by the way,
kind of a radical priest.
There's two files there on that one.
Well, I don't know what his back. That doesn't surprise me.
Well, Mr. Rogers was the Special Forces.
Great.
And that's the reason
Somebody
why.
will be repeating that again.
Yeah, I don't know what he grew up in and what his background is. We're talking about the discernment of all this, and it does seem, bizarre timing. And I certainly am not the judge of someone's true spirit, but it just seems odd that about these times he's got all these charges against him, and suddenly he's interested in Sunday service.
Now, Rick, but I'm gonna keep my stage makeup on.
He's wearing makeup,
right?
Okay,
it's all just strange. As Adler said in the break, and he is right. We certainly, I don't know. There's been some positive things I've seen in all this, and now there's some concerning things. But what's going on with Kanye looks an awful lot more like a cult than it does a church service.
It sure does. From the dress on down.
Right. But we shall see. The fruit. You know what Christ said. Just look for the fruit.
I thought they were meeting at Fields because it was muddy and everybody had to wear rubber boots.
Those boots. I mean, that's the rubber boots we first got started.
Well, Rick, the deer can't smell. You don't leave any scent behind. That's what's good.
Madeline in Northeast Louisiana. Madeline, go ahead.
Bieber's looking sharp.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Thank you so much. Good morning. Yeah, my dad and I have been listening to your show for a while now. It's our bonding moment.
Thank you.
But I'm a senior at LSU, and I was kind of wondering what you guys' opinion was on professors bringing religion into classes that are non-religious. One of my majors is political science, and I find that more often than not, we talk about religion, and then as a Christian, you stand up for yourself and then worry about your grade suffering for it.
So what kind of religious discussion are you talking about?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, what kind of religious discussion are you talking about in that class?
It's often about Christianity, and it comes back to the Bible, and a lot of my professors quote scriptures from the Bible, and it's not always correct and it's not always accurate, but Christianity, Catholicism comes in a lot, but mainly we just talk about, just Christianity and religion and how it relates to political science.
So I'm still a little gray. Are they promoting it, or in a good way? Are they being negative toward it, or what?
In my experience, I find that their studies are trying to disprove religion and disprove that there is a one true God. A lot of it comes back to Greek mythology and just a lot of history.
So their presentation is hostile toward Christianity, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, well, and I would go back to your original thought. All right, I'm in a political science class. Why are we even discussing this? And
right, and a lot of times these classes are like the opposite side of the spectrum of religion, have nothing to do with religion at all.
Yeah, I would say, the only tie-in I would really see to that class would be the fact that the country was founded on Judeo-Christian values, and a lot of that was written into the founding documents, and the idea of a creator.
Yeah.
But I don't really think, especially in history, would be the place to be really pro or anti. Shouldn't you just be learning history and politics and what the history of Christianity, what it meant to the country, maybe?
Yeah, but you know this. You know what you're getting into, Madeline. I mean, most of higher education right now is they want to put you in there and they want to reprogram you and they want to reconstruct everything that you've been taught, especially from a spiritual standpoint. And what they want you to is to embrace a godless, secular society, and if you don't believe in that, you're backward, you're ignorant, you're outdated, but I will say this, even though I agree, I don't know why this is the time that's being taken up in the classroom. But, when you look at the call on your life, if you're a follower of Jesus, there is a time that you stand up for who he is and what you believe, and you let the chips fall where they may. So don't let them put you in a position, because you're going to answer to God, not them. If they ask you a direct question or put you in a position, you stand on the foundational truths, and if that costs you on earth, you'll be rewarded for it in heaven.
But be wise the way you do it.
Yeah.
Don't just do it to say I'm doing
No.
it. You have to pick your battles and be very wise in how you do it.
You don't start that, but if I ask you a direct question, you answer it biblically correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
And sometimes your grade just has to suffer for it, but you have to do it
Yeah,
right.
well, look.
Trust that God will lead you.
As Scripture tells us, 2 Timothy 3:12, as Paul says to young Timothy, tell all that choose to live a godly life, they will be persecuted. So, I mean, if you do it the way we're called to do it, persecution will always be part of that. But you don't.
And honestly, your degree doesn't have your grade point average on it. Trust me.
Right.
So unless you're going to be valedictorian, it really ain't going to matter.
Nah, it's not. Let's go to Keith in Florida. Keith, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Rick, I used to say D's get degrees, right?
Green Acres, buddies.
I've never even asked for my degree, much less my grade point average. All right, Keith, go ahead.
Hey, I got two things for you. I need Bubba to be rooting for the Astros tonight.
Okay.
And I seen a YouTube video yesterday of an Alabama player coming off onto the sideline, walking behind Nick Saban like he was taunting him. And then he walked over to the side and started cussing up a storm and tried to hit another coach. I was wondering if y'all had seen that.
Haven't seen that. No,
not aware of that.
Yeah,
Saban said he was out of there.
Really, I don't know. And Adler's trying to find it because Speedy told him what you were going to ask about, but we haven't found that. So I'm not familiar with that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I haven't seen it. Let's go to Carrie in Alabama. Carrie, go ahead.
Hello?
Hey, Carrie, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Oh, it's Terry with a T.
Okay. Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, there are a few married Catholic priests in the country.
Really?
We had one here in Montgomery. He was an Episcopal priest and was married, had kids before he converted to Catholicism.
Oh, okay.
And they ordained him, and he would be the first one to tell you that being married to the church and a woman is more difficult than you can imagine. And he would not suggest it for to change a rule or anything, because he agrees with the traditional Catholic celibacy.
Right, even though that's not a biblical mandate, because the Apostle Paul makes that clear, but it may be the right choice.
It's very hard to serve, both. But there are a few married in the U.S.
Yeah, of course, it's apparent some of them maybe have taken that vow that they couldn't quite pull it off. And Paul said, if you're one of those, then why don't you just serve and be married?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you better be sure that you are able to do it.
Yeah. Don't start a fire you can't handle.
Right. And Paul said, if you can't handle it, then take a wife. Top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number.
I'd like to see you put your jacket on after that, Bill.
I'm just glad to be here, guys.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza, and teleport another hour of Rick and Bubba, and we'll chat with you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Will of meets and play could happen any day this week, any hour, any moment, so be paying attention for that. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so here's one of the things we got to clarify, and this is the problem with the times we're living in. There is access to a lot of bad information, and there's access to, I guess, a lot of good information. But the guy who called last hour, our high energy caller from Florida, and he said, "Hey, we see this video about Saban and the Alabama player," and he gave us the whole breakdown. That video is out there, but unfortunately, it's from a few seasons ago. It is not the current season.
Kid.
It's not the current season, and it was, according to a Bama fan that I know, that, hey, you do not talk Bama, and if he comments on it, he knows what he's talking about. And now there's been other people confirm that too. He said it's from the national championship game against Georgia a few seasons ago, the Tua coming into the game deal.
He's all over it.
Yeah, and that this happened on the sideline. He said, now what is true, the caller has all that right. This guy did transfer and was no longer on the team after this.
Two seasons ago.
Yeah, but this is not the current season. This is not the current season. And a matter of fact, I remember this.
Hey, you remember back in 2008, that play?
Yeah, right.
The way the guy presented it, first of all, we got to point out that Alabama didn't even play this weekend.
Correct.
So let's start there.
Right.
But the way he presented it was, this happened this weekend.
Right.
That's the way everybody in the room took it, probably
That's the way I
listening took it.
Right.
And goodness gracious, 2 years ago?
Right. I know.
Well, he told him.
Right. Yep. So,
hey, did y'all hear about it?
Right. He also said there's video of Colin Kaepernick kneeling during the night.
Wait a minute.
That's good. That's so good.
Did you see this weekend?
Y'all ain't going to believe it.
Did you see Colin kneeling this weekend? There's videos of it out there.
Hey, did you see Nick Saban slap A.J. McCarron on his butt? Did you see that?
So that
little dated.
That's our little dated. Hey, it is out there, but it's dated.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's so good to have all this access to bad information.
Yes.
Amazon.
You put up with it.
Bubba, now this is interesting because, we've been a little confused, to say the least, on a lot of inconsistencies going on with climate change and COVID-19.
Yeah.
The pandemic. Amazon is saying that they are now finally, if you are fully vaccinated. Now remember, this phrase is changing. I don't know if they mean double or if they mean
How many shots?
Did they remember?
Won't you just say vaccinated and then how many shots?
Right. Yeah, because what
I'm vaccinated for.
When they say fully, fully now means that means you got to have a booster too, right? Because if you just have one of the vaccines, you double, and they act like the Johnson & Johnson just doesn't exist. Two things they act like doesn't exist: the Johnson & Johnson and natural antibodies.
Right.
But anyway, Amazon says its employees, because they're probably realizing we got a lot of stuff to ship out and Christmas is coming. If you're vaccinated, and they're saying fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask anymore. So they're dropping the mask.
Really?
Yep. Probably because it doesn't do anything. But
well, how can they do that when they're? Isn't the government mandating that too?
Darn near.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. They're saying that they have 1 million employees in the U.S. and they made that
a lot of people,
and they're going to let vaccinated employees go maskless. And they did that in the spring
and shirtless.
But when Delta started rising, they made them put them back on. And now they're saying if you're fully vaccinated starting today, you don't have to wear the mask.
Let's just say, okay.
They do not say what fully vaccinated means.
Let's just say you're in the vaccine and mask camp totally, okay? When the conditions are dropping like they have been now for weeks.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you lighten those up? I mean, shouldn't it be like a DEFCON system like we were talking about?
Yeah.
Look, if the hospitalization is going up, you take all your steps you want to. But when it's going the other way, you ought to ease everything.
You would
right?
Think,
I mean, don't you think it should be a floating scale?
But remember what they think. They said they think the things they did is what caused it to go down. I mean, that's what they think.
Well, let's look at how the numbers have changed in the states that were not locked down.
There's where you got a problem.
Let's look at the, I think to quote Dr. Fauci, the college football season and stadiums full of people were going to be a feeding frenzy for COVID-19.
Correct.
And rates have fallen off the table since we kicked off. Look, you can't, your science has fallen apart. We've had the greatest lab test you could have since September 1st, and it has not backed the good doctor's lingo and logic very well.
Well, when you look, concerts, except for those that wanted us to know that, like Garth Brooks, he would not participate in this because it was dangerous. Concerts, football games at every level of football, every level. Okay, not just one league.
Everything,
all leagues,
everything,
little league up,
everything,
little league up,
everything.
Baseball packed. Basketball's now playing indoors.
Wasn't in the bubble.
Broadway has opened back up.
Right.
So movie theaters,
Phantom of the Opera,
movie theaters are back up.
Churches.
As a matter of fact,
Greece.
By the way, Greg. I've noticed. Have y'all been paying attention? Movie people really want us back in the theater.
They really do.
They love the technology of the streaming, but they do not like the profit of the streaming.
Yeah.
And Top Gun's holding out by Ned. They're not giving in.
No. Look,
when are they saying?
I thought the last I heard was November, and it's November.
Pay attention now.
I don't see Maverick anywhere.
Right. Do you remember when they first started releasing stuff, when the Delta started raging, and they said available for streaming or the theater? Well, now the streaming thing's dropping. It's going back to the old
Churches are doing that too.
Yeah.
They're dropping their streaming to get more people in the building.
How about this? I've
noticed that.
We want you to now go to the movie.
Yeah.
And so there's Top Gun Maverick.
May of 2022.
What?
By the time this thing finally gets in the theater,
Greg, settle down.
Craig,
that ain't right.
Hey, the airplanes they're using are going to be all grounded, not used anymore.
That's funny.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be like Maverick with a crop duster. You know, with a biplane.
So because I became so accustomed to it streaming quick.
Yeah.
So I was wanting to see is it called the Jesus? Whatever the Jesus.
Yeah, I did
music.
too. Yeah.
So I said, it's got to be on streaming now. I look. Not only is it not on streaming, they have no plans.
No.
They said it's going to stay.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to stay in theaters. And then I saw a movie that's coming out here pretty soon, and it had just big bold in theaters only.
Yeah.
So they want us back in that theater.
They do.
So. Now we're back to Bubba's point. He was making.
Black Widow lady will be happy.
Well, it's a little late for that. Did they ever pay her off?
They settled. They settled it. Yeah.
So anyway,
Didn't think of her name.
So with all this being said, what is up with you people still clinging to the mask thing? It doesn't really make it. First of all, we how much more information we got to get that the run of the mill mask doesn't do a whole lot anyway. Especially if your nose is sticking out and you're wearing it as a chin strap.
Well,
but it's
that hurts.
But I hate to go Bill Morgan. He said people keep it like a look at you.
Yeah, it's so true. Like, I got to hang it on one
Hey,
ear.
look, it makes me feel better. It's on me somewhere.
Rick, all through the airport.
It'll ward off evil spirits.
All through the airport, you can see on the planes, people are just not wearing them. I mean, in the hotel, everybody gives the speech because they got to give it, and then nobody does anything about
Well,
it.
because they know it is. What is it? I just saw something somebody sent me, and it shows the world leaders. Here it is. It says photo op, and they've sent it to both of us. Masks are now safety theater to see who will or won't comply. They all put their mask on for a picture, and they're lined up with their mask on. As soon as they get the picture, they take it off.
Oh yeah, they do. So does everybody else. The only time
it's a fake world.
The only time
You're living in a
cough
fake world.
is when I have my mask on because I'm gagging.
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I wore a mask. It's I only wear them if they absolutely make me. And then I've noticed if you'll just come in without it on, that don't say much.
Can I ask you something? Speaking of air travel, there is like a TSA pre-check line and a clear line, I think is what it's called, clear. There's a couple of different ways you can do it where you don't have to, theoretically, you're already pre-screened to some degree and go through, but it looks like you're still having to go through the same thing everybody else. It's just a shorter line. What is the deal on that?
You know what? I remember when all that started, and
what was Star ID? What do we ever do with that? That went away, didn't it?
You know me.
Where is that at?
No, it's still there.
You know me. Everything that required to get that done, I just wasn't willing to do.
Right.
And I don't travel enough to worry about it anymore on commercial, and so I probably the next time I fly commercial, I wish I had done it, but I just.
Yeah, Rick, you got to talk to Oscar for me. I don't think I'm getting the Rick rate.
Yeah, what you said to me a minute ago didn't seem right.
Yeah,
because you added something on that, unless just the rate itself is gone up. Yeah,
I need that Rick rate. Well, what's my rate?
Hey, sometimes it ain't the rate; it's just a better way to go. And when you look at everything you have to go through,
I'm about to total mine up.
Yeah, what did you really save? I'm pretty good at getting there and getting back. That's my most important thing. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"22 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to those. Bubba's back from his trip. And then, will you stay up middle of the night to watch the launch this weekend?
Is it Saturday morning early? I might get up. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm surprised that was a might.
Yeah, you go through all that and then you're not going to watch it.
Picture him in his pajama pants and his jacket on. Oh yes, you got to put that jacket on. No matter
Well,
what.
if I was
T
there,
minus 10.
If I was there, I'd obviously get up to go. But I don't. I may catch the replay. Early Saturday morning when I get up.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to get up early.
Are you doing this kind of stuff to take your mind off the fact that deer hunting's about to start? Boy, that's a whole different world for you. Greg, he's in the stands now, team round the field for the first time.
But
when he decided not to play.
But it says the earliest possible opportunity for the launch is 11:36 p.m. Eastern time. So that's 10:36 p.m. Saturday.
I'll be sleepy.
Get you a nap before. You take a little bit. Hey, let me tell you something. Godspeed, Bubba. Take a little nap.
Well, look, I don't have to be live since I'm not there.
It's been how hard y'all been on that pontoon boat.
If I'd been there, I'd be up.
Yeah, but there's something about. I just think you'd want to see it live.
Yeah. Well, the pontoon season's pretty much over.
I mean, before you know it,
you're not gonna get another day or two.
Oh, Bubba, there's some good weather out there right now.
Come on, it's the prettiest time of the year right now.
No, it's pretty to be on the porch. You don't want to be on a boat with it 65, 70 degrees.
Well, 70, 65 now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's set up to be cool when it's hot.
I like that better than when you're out there and it's 101.
Well, it's moving around keeps you cool.
I've been out there at 101.
Right now, you get out there, you'd have to go 2 miles an hour. Plus, the water's dropping.
Unless you want to jump, you want to jump rocks, and you can really go fast.
This is when he moves from pontoon season to
hunting season.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I still got a lot of deer heads. I don't know what to do with.
That's right. Yeah, there's no need to create more. You already see us trying to get all these deer heads, all these different places.
Yeah,
I got a couple in my garage. Hey, how about this? They're everywhere.
Yeah, I see my dog staring at them in the garage. What is that?
I said I thought those were going to be gone.
One of them was.
Yeah. Well, all right.
We got two.
I was told 2 were going.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be gone somewhere.
Greg, I like to tell the dog that was my dog before you.
Yeah, so act right.
It bit me. That's what happened.
Since there's 2 left, let me know. If you didn't get anything, I can find something to do with.
All right.
So that's the good thing about Camp House. It doesn't matter what you do. You're not trying to decorate.
No,
you could literally have them everywhere. And we pretty much got that right now.
Hang clothes on them? Whatever.
Just they're everywhere. All right. So, but hey, Bubba, it's gonna be all right.
Oh, I know. I'm good.
I mean, you're not gonna get to hunt as much, but you'll get to hunt some.
Yeah.
I don't hate the deer as much as I used to.
No, but just being down there.
Yeah, you like looking at trees and stuff.
Well, I can ride around. Look at that on the road.
How long has it been since you've been that person that's to drop hints? That's been a long time.
Yeah, it has.
Hope somebody.
Well, there was a lot of.
Hey, hope somebody asked me. Mm-mm. Bring your stuff to work, crammed all in your truck.
Now you're having to go to their work day.
Make their work day.
Yeah. No, you're the guy having to work.
No, I've never gone that far. I'd soon hunt less than have to be somebody's work day.
Yeah, I know.
That's
cut roads.
I'll just go to the management area.
That's right.
Is cutting back roads the worst if you're doing it manually? I'm not talking about in some type of nice tractor.
Yeah, I've never done that. And hope I never have.
It's exhausting.
All right, let's.
Your arms will be sore.
Yes, you will.
Yes. That's why everybody needs a Gary.
Yeah, I found the best way. I found the best way to do that's with a bulldozer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Clear that right of way back.
Hey, if you need me to clean these roads, I can do it.
Oh, he's known for
Speedy,
it.
we call them daylighting the road.
Hey, they learned their lesson when they learned their lesson when I left at Pine Valley. They begging me to come back.
Begging him.
That's your little forestry term there, daylighting the road.
Have you heard that speech from Gary? How Pine Valley's begged him to come back?
No, you know what? I haven't had to have any speech from Gary, which is another thing kind of pleasant.
I told him, Bubba, I'm not trying to weird you out, but I'm not making this up. I had not heard from Gary in about a week. Okay, which that's a long time.
Right.
If Gary's working with you. We get at the farm Sunday afternoon.
I'm not making this up. We sit down, Sherry, of course, the firebug's got a fire going.
Yeah.
And Dad and I are talking about fishing. Mom's sitting there. We're just relaxing. And all of a sudden, whoop, I look over my phone. He said, "You been down the farm lately?"
Yeah, I know.
How does he know?
I think he's got a camera there, and he gets notifications.
I think you put a tracker on.
How does he know? How does he know?
You know, you can stick. They're magnetic. You can put them right
He put
up
up a
on
Moultrie Mobile on a tree, and you don't know about it.
all these couples getting divorced, they got them all the time. How to track each other.
What if all of a sudden there was like a horror movie involving Gary? Hey, I know that you're at the farm. Been to the farm lately? Been to the farm. That was the name of it. Been to the farm lately. Yeah. Hey, you been to the farm lately?
That's in the trailer?
Yes, yeah. Oh, you said, "Hey, man, I ain't been down and talked to Gary a while." Wait a minute. What's your phone say? Have you been to the farm lately? Have you been to the farm lately? I can sense you down here at Lake Mitchell. Anyway, speaking of and Gary, I'm sure has not been through the sensitivity training based on our conversations.
No. I'm gonna say no to that.
They would shut the class down.
NASCAR is sending Kyle Busch to sensitivity training.
Yep.
He's using what we now call the R word.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There's a lot of upset drivers after the last race.
They're all fighting. And he's mad at somebody.
Very upset.
And he was one of them. And he decided to get
The R
colorful.
word.
And
I love how since we're like children, we had to put R and we had to do the letter word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna have the whole alphabet words you can't say.
Again, there was a time when your intent, you could say the word if you were like going, so and so said this or so and so said that, but you can't now.
Yeah,
it used to be. Well, his intent was he was just repeating what someone said to tell you what they said.
Right,
so
yeah.
no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But no, we can't do that.
I'm not sure this sensitivity training has gotten to Boston yet. The R,
on that word, no.
The R word
really?
is alive and well. There.
Okay. They still use it, huh?
R word.
Oh, yes. What are you?
R word.
Hey, what are you?
Okay.
But I want to know.
Am I not allowed to say this word?
You didn't even say it, and I knew, and the way you said, "What are you?"
Where you going? What are you?
Okay.
Am I not allowed to say this?
No.
Not even in a Boston accent?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, we can be canceled for this now?
You realize
I
that
don't
we're
think
afraid
that.
to say it, and we're just quoting.
Isn't
We're
that
not.
something?
We're not calling nobody that. I'm sorry.
It's
This is-
amazing the things that Kyle Busch has said that he got no sensitivity
Rick, on this
training.
on this show,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
the sports hours that
Right.
day, he said something way worse than that.
Way
They didn't get any
worse.
training.
No. You think maybe it's because nobody could hear it?
I guess.
Were they not watching?
I heard it. I was offended.
Sit next to him.
Yeah, he said something that offended Greg, and we didn't send him to sensitivity training.
Wow,
And
that's
who trains
that's
people?
A lot.
We see this a lot. We're getting sent. Who is there a group that goes if you need sensitivity training? We're the group.
Can I go back to this again? Is there anything needed beyond "don't say that"
I
that bothers
know.
people now? we have a class.
Yeah, he just got mad and said it. I'm sorry. I don't need a class on what it means and why I shouldn't say it.
We'll take your calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba,
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Have you ever, we talk a lot these days, matter of fact, we seem to obsess over ethnicity these days. Have you ever wondered what your ethnicity truly is? You may think you know, but would you like to really know? Well, you can go to Ancestry.com/Bubba. We're going to get you your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial. And when you use the DNA kits there at Ancestry.com/Bubba, you're now going to access, I mean, millions of records of family history. Man, they can give you the geographic details of your family's, journey to where you ended up. All kinds. You might find you've got relatives that were famous or maybe did something pretty cool. Might find a little girl picture of your great grandmother that would be kind of sharp, kind of cool. Maybe you got this distant uncle you didn't even know about, and he played a role in changing something about the world. So anyway, find your history. It's a fun activity. It brings you closer together as a family, and it's also a great gift idea too with the Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the New Year coming up. If you would like to really see your family's history, because the story of the family is a story of you, get your Ancestry DNA kit today. Start a free trial to amplify your discoveries with access to their billions of records by going to Ancestry.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Go get that done, and then let us know what you find out. I love when we're getting calls like that. Let's start with Mickey out of Brantley. I didn't expect us to start this phone segment with a question about Elvis, but we will.
We got you.
Mickey, go ahead. MIC.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to get my facts straight. Didn't want to give out no false story. Y'all said
God
Elvis
forbid
died,
we do
right?
that. Do I say that again?
Y'all said Elvis died, right?
That is what we've heard, yes, in 1977. Oh, I see what he's doing. The acting like it's new information. Oh, okay.
Got
it. It's a joke, so don't laugh. Matt is in Alabama around the Wiregrass area. Matt, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Biggins?
Fired up. You know how we love it.
Green Acres.
Green Acres. I'm glad you're out there making it. Go ahead.
All right, hey, listen, let's see, mid-December, my 13-year-old came home with COVID, and he spread it to the entire family, so we had a COVID Christmas last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And
me too.
Recently, my wife went and got a physical, and she had a blood test, and she saw a sign on the wall that said you could get an antibodies test, so she has to have that done too. And then she tested negative twice last year, but she came back with antibodies reading at 76. So she told me that, and I went in and I had my antibodies tested, and now this is 10 months later. My antibodies came back at 115.
Yep.
And when the nurse called me and told me the readout, she was really surprised to hear that it was back at Christmas when I had it.
And for point of reference here, if you're higher than 0.8, you're considered to have antibodies.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe where we are. We had ours in December too, and Bubba just had his. What was it, 700 and something?
Yeah, 704.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean it's this original thing about 90 days was some of the biggest hogwash anybody has shoveled in a long time.
Well, it's clear. I mean, I'm a freak of nature, Rick.
You are,
Bubba.
Freakazoid. Report to the dance floor.
You know where I'm headed? Down to the dance floor.
Yeah, go ahead. Just report.
You see him walking, y'all?
Hey, bring some robots with you. Chris.
Crank them up.
Chris in Alabama. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. How about yourself?
Fired up.
Let's see if y'all saw the press interview where they asked Jen Psaki where she had made a comment about the Trump's economic status leading into the holidays, and they questioned her about the current administration status with everything on the rise, inflation, and she responds with, "Well, 80% of Americans are vaccinated, and we've created 5 million jobs." So she just completely blew off the question altogether. And mine, the other day, I filled up my truck for $98 on diesel, and before I didn't fill it up for more than 65.
Yeah, it's out of control out there. Matter of fact, today, she's got COVID, even though she was
And the term they were using yesterday, Bubba, was double vaccinated.
Double
It's
vaccinated.
a new phrase that we're going to get used to.
I thought that meant you took 4 shots.
Babylon B said a poll finds American public trust the empty podium over Jen Psaki.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, so how are you going to get up there and push some of this now? Unless you're honest and saying, well, here's what you can say: it made it less severe. That's all.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah. So $3.41 a gallon. We at one time were $1.75. We're at $3.41. Hello.
Come on.
Now. Hey, how's that Biden administration treating you? Hey, good news, no mean tweets.
That's right.
Let's go.
You know
to,
what? I'll take mean tweets and cheaper gas.
Let's go to Mike in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just curious if you guys have heard about the Southwest pilot that said "Let's go, Brandon" over the loudspeaker, and there was a press reporter that was on that flight.
Yeah,
I was just curious if you guys have heard. about that.
Yeah, I think it was out west, wasn't it? In Phoenix or somewhere. Where was that?
The story's getting unclear now. There's people saying he might have said "Let's go Braves" because of the Braves in the World Series, and then others are saying, "So what if he said it?" Yeah. Until you're ready to say, and this is the thing back to being homers again, if we're ready to say that anybody that uses the F word and puts the word Trump under it on a sign or, famous actors, if we don't think that anybody should have said as a free American, F word Trump, and we don't think anybody should say anything that stands for that involving Biden, because we as Americans shouldn't say those kind of things about our president. First of all, we have the freedom to say it, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not saying you should or it's kind or it's good language. I'm just saying, but freely we can say anything we want to about the president as long as we don't threaten to kill him. Okay? There's limits to safety, but I'm talking about you can express your disdain for a sitting president of any party any way you want to as long as you don't threaten any kind of harm. But what I'm saying is, it seems like that nobody from the left was upset about when it was F word Trump, the shirts, the signs, people saying it in speeches, and while collecting their award as actors and actresses. But suddenly, if you say a phrase that means that about Biden, you should be removed from the landscape of all humankind. They want this guy not to have his job. They want him to be. What are we talking about
if
here?
I understood the story right, and I may be wrong, they were flying into somewhere out west. I don't remember where it was. And he basically said, welcome to Phoenix. It's so-and-so degrees. Thank you for flying with Southwest, and let's go, Brandon. He almost said it as kind of a joke. It wasn't a big political speech he was making.
Yeah.
And I think they're just making a lot of hay over nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, it's inconsistent. I agree with everything you just said, but if you really are upset about it, which you're not, you're just upset because somebody said something about the president you like, which, by the way, that's not the same thing as truly wanting to do the right thing.
No.
That's just being a homer. But he's now under investigation, and they want him to be removed from his job. But see, be real careful with that, because that's what tyrannical communistic governments do. You say something about the emperor, and then your world's over.
Well, they don't care, Rick. They want to be able to say that about Trump. They don't want anybody to be able to say it about their guy. That's what they are.
Which means it's not a pure, this is bad behavior.
No.
It is, we don't like it when it's the president that we voted for.
Yeah.
Now, when we hated that other guy, we all had it on our shirts, on our signs, and we were screaming in microphones.
Right.
But now you can't say it.
Yeah.
And by the way, and now they come up, all they're doing now is a phrase that means it. It's not even being said.
Right.
But anyway, but what they're saying is we can trash President Trump, but you cannot trash President Biden. Well, that's not conviction. That's just being a homer.
Yeah.
That's acting like a child. To the phones we go.
Yeah.
Toby and Hartselle. Toby, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass Green Acres.
Thanks for the call,
How about it there, buddy?
Let's go, Toby.
Hey, I just wanted to say, if I was a truly sexy fat man, that M&M's bag by Bubba would have been gone a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, that's a big old bag. There's a lot of somewhat healthy snacks in that one.
A lot of people seeing that bag.
Yep. Well, you know what? Sometimes it commercials on us. Every now and then, there's you one.
Well, somebody brought it in.
Right,
got
it was a
there.
little gift there.
That's it.
It really, if you
Stayed
look,
right
it was
there.
an attempt to push it away from Bubba's. What really's happened there?
Right.
It just pushed it right into camera. It's trying to keep him from not being able to reach it. A minute ago, he had him set up like the starting lineup over there.
It did look like cars.
I saw that. Let's go to Eddie in Anniston. Eddie, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Eddie.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Hey, okay, you've heard of the term HBCUs?
Your phone cut out. One more time.
You've heard of the term HBCUs?
Historically black colleges?
Yeah. Okay. So if there were historical Bubba colleges and universities, what schools would they be? Would they have their own football conference, and how would that go over today?
Eddie, you've been out there on the road doing a lot of thinking, I can tell. We'd have to study on that one a little bit. But I think there's plenty that would qualify as Bubba colleges, no doubt.
Yeah, well, we definitely had those. One of them was called the University of Alabama, about when George Wallace was laying across the door.
Right.
Well, you couldn't get in. It was wide open. Right?
I think he's talking about more of country school.
Country school, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Rick.
Well, yeah, and what he said, but what would the world do about it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Bubba, write down over there on the legal pad. And once we're done with production, please ask Rick question. I look forward to seeing your facial response. Ask Rick question when we're done with production.
Any reference to that?
About what he meant to tell me. Yeah. And I was all jacked about ready to tell you yesterday, and I forgot you were on Space Patrol. Okay. So and I can't wait to get your facial reaction to it. So it won't be as good as the dogs that are watching,
That's
Billy
funny,
Elliot.
by the way.
866 We Be Big. Austin is in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Austin, go ahead, buddy.
What's up, guys?
We're good, Austin. You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Green Acres.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Sounds like you're breathing kind of hard.
Yeah, I'm walking kind of hard right now.
What sounds like it?
Well, I got a question for Bubba.
Okay.
So we all know Bubba loves M&Ms. Has Bubba ever had the pretzel M&Ms? Because they are really good.
Yes, I have. They are good.
Where are you? I mean,
they're okay for a change-up.
Yeah, for some reason, and Austin, I don't know.
Stay with the peanut.
Yeah, right.
M&M's getting a little out of hand.
That's the baseline.
I don't know what it is.
You're talking about blue bag, right?
Yeah, and you were being nice about it, but I don't know what it is about M&Ms. I think it's one of those very few things where candy was perfected, and then everybody keeps trying to mess with it.
Right.
And it was so perfect that every attempt to do something different with it, in my opinion, falls way short.
Yeah.
I'm not against pretzel M&Ms. If somebody gives me one, sitting at the movie, if one of my kids or my wife or one of my buddies gets some and said, "Hey, you want some?" I'll take a few because Troublelicious ain't gonna miss out on
Look,
a handful of any kind of.
I love the old peanut M&Ms. Just let them melt.
But what I'm talking about, you give me, and I know this is where we differ a little bit. I prefer the original even over the peanut, but I love the peanut. But once I've done the original, and they said we're going to put a peanut in it, and I said, all right, that sounds good. Everything after that to me has failed miserably.
The pretzel,
it just never gets it. Yeah, this thing the other day where they brought in had brownies in it. Those were terrible.
Them ain't terrible. They're pretty good.
They're
not
no
really.
good.
I don't consider them M&Ms.
That's my point.
But they're a good little treat.
What I'm saying is,
they're a good little treat.
I think the M&M was candy perfection.
The original.
I mean,
I'm not a big fan of the original.
Really?
I don't know why.
Well, so you're strange.
Yeah. I mean, how
do you not like the original?
I can't remember the last time I ate the original.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's shocking. I much prefer the original. Not much, but I prefer the original over the peanut.
Peanut came in. It was a game changer. As far as I'm concerned.
You think it made it better?
Oh, yeah.
No, I disagree
Absolutely
with that.
made it
I
better.
disagree with that.
Well, you can be wrong.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Hey, that's fine.
Here's one thing I wouldn't have minded for them to use, and I know it had to get bigger to get the peanut in it. I got that.
Right.
But it wouldn't have bothered me if they said we like this size better.
So we're just going to
you want more chocolate
and fill it up with chocolate.
I think my problem the others are too small. Too much candy taste.
I've just always liked the peanut ones. The pretzel, fine for a change-up.
They're
but
good. Mm-hmm. The peanut butter, which is just a Reese's Pieces.
The yellow bag is...
That's my problem with the peanut butter one. It's just Reese's Pieces.
I like a Reese's Pieces.
Isn't Reese's Pieces M&M's, peanut butter M&Ms?
It is.
A little bit.
It is.
And that's
what I look at.
How do you feel about them?
I'm about a 7 on
I
those.
tell you just really...
No, a 7, Greg.
Well,
that's
they're
pretty
good.
good.
That ain't bad.
I'm a 10 on regular M&Ms. I'm a 9.75 on the peanut M&Ms, and then I'm a 7 on the on Reese's Pieces.
Okay.
Boy,
yeah,
Reese's Pieces.
I'm about a
can't have
6 on the
enough.
original M&M, and I'm about a 9.5 on the peanut.
A 6? Are you
A
out of your
6?
mind? That's not a 6.
I
Give it an 8.
Was it give you a weird taste?
Greg,
That's just
at
I
least
never
give
thought
it
it was that great.
Greg, I'm about with you on that.
I've never thought it was that great.
Guys, please give me an 8 on that. At least an 8.
Once the peanut showed up, as far as I was concerned, that was the only M&M.
I'm not against the peanut,
But you can't
but I
fill a
prefer the
palm
original
up.
over the peanut.
You can't fill a palm up and just.
Have you ever done that with
peanut?
Speech? Talking about like when you go on the ridge, you get a whole handful of them.
Oh, yeah.
And put them in your mouth and let them melt in there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I can live with it.
There ain't none of them bad.
No, you're right.
I mean, nobody's torturing me.
I don't
Rick
like
claims the brownies are.
How about this? I don't like. I thought I didn't.
They're in
think
the
brownies
kitchen.
were-
Go get one.
You know why? It's almost like my mouth. Now, keep in mind, this is post-COVID taste.
Okay.
So I'm not.
If you-
I don't have HD.
Still not all the way back.
I don't have HD.
Still an analog, huh?
So what happened because I don't have HD is when I that brownie tried to tell me it was, hey, look, we're an M&M with brownie in it. It's like my taste buds couldn't take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It went, no, you got to be one or the other.
A little thick, a little bigger.
I know you guys booed me a while back, but I'll mix. Like I'll have like regular M&Ms, and I'll just throw them.
Do you hold them like that?
Yeah,
Like
I'll throw them on in the mouth, and then I might hit a Three Musketeer.
A Three
a little bit,
Musketeers.
or I might hit a
Gosh.
little Snickers
What?
and just give my mouth a little tingling.
Your body nearly shut down.
Huh?
Oh, wow.
It'll make top of your head feel
That's
weird.
too much.
I'm not crazy about Three Musketeers. I'll eat it, but I'm not crazy about it.
I like them. I'm a big fan of them.
They're all right.
I'll get.
Do y'all
bizarre.
find it? Do y'all find that many versions of candy bars just frustrate you?
I like. You me
Them
tell
little bitty tiny. I'm talking tiny.
Let me tell you
Rick,
my favorite
I don't
candy
care
at
how
the
I
moment.
get them. I'll take them.
Them little round milk chocolate Lindor things.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, you can't beat that.
Let me tell you something. You put some of those out on the ground, and I'll just show up. You go, "What you doing, Pleasant Valley?"
I know you're here.
I said, "Somebody put Lindor."
I like the white chocolate. I know you don't, but I like the white chocolate.
That shouldn't be anything called white chocolate.
But it's good.
Did you call it something else?
But I like to mix them too.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as
Truffle,
white chocolate.
what's it
What's
called?
next? Boneless wings?
Nah, I agree with you on that thing. Of a chicken nugget.
Yeah.
What
Right.
is it? Is it called a truffle? What is it?
Yeah, I love a truffle.
Golly,
Yeah.
it's the best candy in the world.
But you got to go to a wedding to get those.
No, I just go over at Walgreens and they got them stacked.
Here's
up.
where Greg and I. Here's where Greg and I.
So real, by the way. That's exactly what he does.
Isn't it good to have such a eating buddy? Listen, but let
Rick
me-
may be worse than me. Just don't show it.
I do too. I agree with that. He's trying to go out and exercise enough to off. Yeah. But let me go back to this. This is where the chasm is. If it was up to me, and I know this upsets you, and you know when you get upset how much it bothers me.
Yeah, I know.
Is if I could take a candy bulldozer, and I could take I could take Sweet Tarts, Nihilators, Nerds,
Rick.
all that kind of candy, and I could push them off a cliff. I would.
Rick, no, they have their place.
I hate that kind of
I
thing.
love
eat any of
it.
that.
Oh, I love a nerd's
I'm over
rope.
it.
You talking about a
Really?
nerd's rope?
You eat that?
Yeah. Are you with me? I hate all that stuff.
I don't
Sprees?
like.
You don't
I
like sprees?
No.
I don't like gooey kind of
Gummy things?
Let me tell you
gummy
I
type
hate
stuff.
gummy stuff.
I can live with gummies. They're not my favorite, but I'm gonna tell you the sweet tart, the chewy sweet tart, is money.
Greg, remember when they had that old big one?
Yeah.
Well,
now they got little
I
ones.
can't stand sweet tarts.
We would go to
sweet tarts are terrible.
I love.
I wish
sweet
I could
tarts.
push them off a cliff with a
I
candy
like
bulldozer.
sprees better than Rick. I like spree better than the sweet tart.
I'm gonna push them off into candy oblivion.
Spree's pretty good though.
Chewy sprees.
No, I don't like sprees.
I don't like chewy.
It's
Sprees.
like
Oh,
if somebody says, "Hey, it's candy time," I'm like, I don't want to waste it on that. Give me something with chocolate.
I want you to eat one nerd's rope.
No, I ain't eating a nerd's rope. Tell me you don't eat Twizzlers.
No, I have not. I don't
Okay.
like licorice. Not into licorice. I've eat it, but I don't know why.
I think what happens if you were to, like, God forbid, end up in the fires of hell,
Yeah.
and they said, "Good news, we have candy," it'd be licorice.
It'd be licorice. The dark rope.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you get you one little box of nerds.
I don't like all that.
I know, you never have.
I don't like any of that.
I always loved it.
Now-laters.
Oh,
You can't
I
even get
love
the paper off of
now-laters.
them. You can't get the paper off of them.
You're right about that.
The paper sticks
You
on
end up
them.
eating the paper.
Right. I bet that's good for you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.